praising the country's long-standing record of peace and stability. The country has contributed over 2,600 military and police personnel to 6 UN operations, performing vital tasks such as protecting civilians and commanding community policing. Dear colleagues, Tanzania is part of regional blocs like the East African Community, Southern African Development Community, an international conference on the Great Lakes region that, among other things, seek to promote peace and security. Moreover, Tanzania has contributed to UN peacekeeping missions, including in the Central African Republic, where over 500,000 Tanzanians peacekeepers were awarded UN peacekeeping models. Furthermore, Tanzania emphasizes dialogue and sustained diplomatic efforts to promote peace and stability, as seen in its discussions with international partners like the European Union, the Commonwealth, and others. Dear colleagues, justice is the bedrock of trust and stability. It is the fair application of laws, the protection of the vulnerable, and the accountability of those in power. Let us ensure justice by upholding the rule of law, combating corruption, and promoting transparency. In Tanzania, we are committed to strengthening our institutions, promoting accountability, and ensuring that those who abuse power are held accountable. To our future generations, we promise and commit to protecting the planet and preserve natural resources, to promoting inclusive and sustainable development, to defending human rights and dignity, to fostering a culture of peace and understanding, to building resilient and accountable institutions. Dear colleagues, allow me to say that Tanzania is proud of its progress. However, we recognize that there is still much work to be done. We are committed to working with our partners to promote a brighter future for all Tanzanians and to contribute to the global efforts to achieve the sustainable development goals. Let us work together to create a world where every individual can thrive, every community can prosper, and every nation can flourish. A world where hope is not just a dream, but a reality. A world where peace is not just a wish, but a way of life. A world where justice is not just a promise, but a guarantee. Dear colleagues, as we look to the future, let us draw inspiration from Tanzania's rich cultural heritage, our beautiful landscape, and our resilient people. Dear President, as I conclude, I wish to take the opportunity to welcome every delegate to Arusha, Tanzania in October 2026 for the 153rd IPU Assembly that our Parliament and the country is proud to host. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Tanzania. Now we welcome Montenegro, followed by Hungary. Montenegro, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, sevgili arkadaşım. In this magical city that connects cultures and civilization, one Byzantine empire who ruled it once called upon his people to be worthy of their ancestors. Today, all of us who make decisions about the fate of the future generation should wake up with the same responsibility, to be worthy of the ancestors through whom life has reached us. In Montenegrin folk poems, far more verses are dedicated to God, freedom, and battles than to love, and you can learn a lot about one nation from its epic poems. The courage of my ancestors was written about by writers from nations often seen as opposite. Fitzgerald in The Great Gatsby and Pushkin with his eternal verses about Montenegro. But my ancestors were not heroes by choice, but by necessity. They could not retreat from battles because behind them was Montenegro. If they had taken one step back, they would have stepped on their graves, their homes, and the cradles of the future generations. That is why we must be careful how we step on our soil. Today, when we witness aggression of one country against another, from Ukraine to Middle East, it is important to remember those who bear arms, that they must remain conscious of how they are stepping in the soil, whatever they believe they are liberating or defending. It is what distinguishes knights from criminals. That principle lies in the foundation of the law of war, which exists to prevent war crimes. We often say that geography is destiny. In our Balkan crossroads, the greatest moral code of my nation was born. Humanity is to defend others from yourself, and heroism is to defend yourself from others. If we measure our actions by that scale, we will be worthy not only of our ancestors, but also of the descendants to whom we must leave the better world. And as great Hayam said, "İnsan geçir, adı kalır yalnız, yaptığı iyi olurması, bugün eğen bir küçük time, yarın çocukların gölgesi gir." The seed we plant today will tomorrow be the shade of our children. We should all be reminded of that. Çok teşekkür ederim. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now welcome Hungary, followed by Bangladesh. Hungary, the floor is yours.
Tisztelt elnök asszony, excellenciás hölgyek és urak, tisztelt képviselőtársaim! Nagyon örömömre szolgál, hogy az Inter-Parliamentary Unió 152. közgyűlésére Isztambulban került sor, 30 évvel azután, hogy Törökország 1996-ban utoljára IPU konferenciának adott otthon. Szeretném ezúton is megköszönni Törökország vendégszeretetét, amelyet nagyra értékelünk. A globális feszültségek növekedése okán kiemelten fontosnak tartjuk, hogy a parlamenti világrendezvényt éppen Törökország rendezi, mivel megkerülhetetlen szereplőként tekintünk rá a béke, a biztonság és a regionális stabilitás megteremtése szempontjából. Elismeréssel adózunk a béke megteremtéséért tett erőfeszítései előtt a Közel-Keleten, az afrikai kontinensen, Ukrajnában vagy az örmény-azeri kapcsolatokban egyaránt. Szeretném hangsúlyozni, hogy Magyarország rendíthetetlenül hisz abban, hogy a diplomácia nem csupán egy eszköz, hanem az egyetlen járható út a globális stabilitás területén, és a fegyverek szavát a kölcsönös tiszteleten alapuló párbeszédnek kell felvállalnia. Hazánk meggyőződése, hogy a multilateralizmus továbbra is nemzetközi együttműködés egyik legfontosabb eszköze, elkötelezett a béke és a kölcsönös tisztelet kultúrájának előmozdítását szolgáló nemzetközi fórumok megteremtése mellett. Ezért is gondoljuk úgy, hogy az IPU világrendezvényei egyedülálló alkalmat teremtenek arra, hogy megerősítsük közös elkötelezettségünket a béke, a biztonság és a demokrácia, valamint az igazságosság mellett. Történelmünk nehéz időszakai gyakran olyan változásokat hoztak, amelyek új irányt jelöltek ki a világ számára. Így jött létre 137 évvel ezelőtt az Inter-Parliamentary Unió, továbbá az IPU fóruma lett a béke fenntartását célzó erőfeszítések nyomán a Népszövetség, majd a második világháború után az ENSZ, mint a béke és a nemzetközi együttműködés egyik legfontosabb intézménye. Az Egyesült Nemzetek Szervezetének legfőbb küldetése a globális béke és biztonság fenntartása, valamint a konfliktusok megoldására szolgáló fórum biztosítása. Magyarország az IPU alapítók 9 alapító országának egyikeként meg van győződve arról, hogy a mai világban elengedhetetlen a multilaterális rendszer biztosítása és a kommunikációs platformok megőrzése. Együtt kell működnünk közös céljaink elérése érdekében, hogy a nemzetközi béke és biztonság fenntartható legyen. Minden döntésünket a felelősség vezérli, hogy ne csak egy lakható, hanem egy biztonságos és igazságos világot hagyjunk örökül utódainknak, ahol a remény nem kiváltság, hanem alapjog. De a békéért kell erőfeszítéseket tenni, és nem érnek véget a diplomáciai tárgyalóasztaloknál. Magyarország évtizedek óta megbízható partnere a nemzetközi közösségnek, a békefenntartásban katonáink a világ legveszélyesebb pontjain, a Balkánról Libanonig és Afrikán át teljesítenek szolgálatot. Amikor magyar békefenntartók járják a helyi közösségek biztonságát és óvják, valójában a mi gyermekeink jövőjéről, békéjéről is védekeznek a távoli konfliktusok megfékezésével. Elkötelezettek vagyunk, hogy Magyarország a stabilitás szigete és a béke éve marad a jövőben is. Amikor a jövő generációiról beszélünk, hajlamosak vagyunk távoli időzónákban gondolkodni, pedig a jövő nem a holnap ígérete, hanem a ma döntéseinek a következménye. Magyarország célja, hogy a fiatalok egy fenntartható, stabil jövőt kapjanak örökül tőlünk. Ehhez a folyamathoz hazánk nemzeti és nemzetközi szinten egyaránt aktívan hozzájárul. A jövő generációi nem azt fogják kérdezni tőlünk, hogy milyen nehézségekkel küzdöttünk, hanem az, hogy mit tettünk értük. Át kell adnunk számukra a hitet, hogy a világ egy olyan hely, ahol a tudás érték, a természet kincs, a béke pedig nem alapvetés, ezért minden nap meg kell dolgozni. Nem engedhetjük meg magunknak a beletörődést a világválságba, a nemzetközi közösségeknek aktívan kell táplálnia a bizalom légkörét, amely elengedhetetlen az igazságos és fenntartható jövő építéséhez. Köszönöm megtisztelő figyelmüket! Köszönöm.
Thank you very much. Now please Bangladesh, followed by China. Bangladesh, the floor is yours.
Honorable President, distinguished members of the Parliament, delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a distinct honor for me to address this august gathering on behalf of the Parliament of Bangladesh. Bangladesh was created more than half a century ago with two holy objectives in mind. Number one, democracy, and number two, the economic welfare of the underprivileged. But in our long road to democracy, we came to realize that the path to democracy is not laden with roses. We had repeated setbacks in the process, during the process, in our long struggle. But I'm happy to tell you that this assembly be informed that every time our democracy-loving people have come out of the abyss and spoke strongly in favor of democracy. And the resilient people of Bangladesh never bowed their heads down. Human rights, good governance, along with democracy had been our objective all the time. Right now, of course, in this assembly, we are talking about nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for our future generations. At the outset, Bangladesh reaffirms its unwavering commitment to inclusive social development of our people and for the people of the world. We firmly believe that inclusion is not just merely a policy statement. The priority is the foundation, its priority is the foundation of lasting peace, stability, and above all, justice. If we are serious about building a better future for our next generation, we must begin by empowering those who are most often left behind in this society. Distinguished delegates, inclusion requires systematic transformation. Bangladesh, through our respective government agencies, is working to improve accessibility across the board, education, healthcare, and employment. We are committed to removing both physical and social barriers that limit the opportunities of the common people. In this journey, Parliament plays a central role by legislating appropriate laws. Through inclusive legislation, adequate budget allocation, and effective oversight, our Parliament ensures the accountability and drives meaningful progress for the common people. However, it must be noted that no country can achieve these goals alone. In this August gathering, we call for stronger international cooperation, particularly in technology transfer in the context of the modern world, capacity building, and sharing of our best practices across the board. Affordable assistive technologies and efficient social protection can be scaled up more effectively through global partnerships. The Inter-Parliamentary Union provides the unique platform for such collaboration. That's what we believe in Bangladesh. It allows us not only to exchange ideas, but also to commit to practical and measurable actions that can transform lives of millions.
Please conclude.
As we look forward, our focus must remain on strengthening institutions, expanding inclusive infrastructure, and investing in human capital
Please
of
conclude.
all citizens of the world. Let us remember, inclusion is not charity.
Please conclude. The time is over.
I'll just finish in a minute. The point I would like to make in conclusion is that what we want is the rule of majority with the concept of the minority. That is the essence of democracy. With the call for peaceful coexistence so that this globe becomes a peaceful abode for all human beings to live in harmony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, please, China, and followed by Brunei Darussalam. China, the floor is yours.
Okay. 尊敬的主席女士、各位议长、各位同事，非常高兴来到美丽的伊斯坦布尔出席议联大会，感谢土耳其主办方和议联的周到安排。当前百年变局加速演进，单边主义、霸权、霸凌大行其道，地缘政治动荡持续蔓延，经济全球化遭遇严重冲击，各种风险挑战前所未有。同时，也要看到，和平与发展的时代主题没有改变，国际社会追求公平正义的呼声没有变，各国人民对美好生活的向往没有变，造福子孙后代 实现永续发展，需要各国携手共筑和平稳定的国际环境，建设公正合理的全球治理体系。习近平主席着眼人类前途命运和全球发展大势，提出全球治理倡议，迅速得到150多个国家和国际组织的积极响应和支持，为完善全球治理提供了中国方案。围绕携手落实全球治理倡议，维护国际和平和正义，中方愿提出几点建议：一、奉行主权平等，寻求全球治理最大公约数。世界不能重拾霸权主义，不能被拖回丛林法则。各国不分大小、强弱、贫富，一律平等，都有权在全球治理进程中平等参与、平等决策、平等受益。每一个国家都不应该掉队。二是遵守国际法治，捍卫国际公平正义。各国都应该全面、充分、完整遵守联合国宪章宗旨和原则，以及公认的国际关系基本准则，不能合则用，不合则弃，不能搞双重标准。三是践行多边主义，维护联合国核心地位。联合国是世界反法西斯战争胜利的重要成果。改革和完善全球治理，首先要重振联合国。对于联合国，我们只有加固修缮的责任，没有破坏拆毁的权利。应当践行真正的多边主义，维护联合国的核心地位，坚持世界上的事情由各国商量着办，国际规则由各国共同制定。四是倡导以人为本，保障各国人民共同参与。人民才是创造世界历史的动力，各国应该携手维护世界的和平与安宁，倡导以人民为中心的发展理念，促进不同文明间的交流互鉴。五是注重行动导向，形成改革强大合力。改革完善全球治理，不能坐而论道，必须勤而行之，把理念和规划转化为切实的行动，从一项项具体议题、一项项改革方案做起，收获实实在在的成果。各位同事，立法机构代表人民，反映民意，有责任也有能力为促进各国团结合作、改革完善全球治理提供法治保障和强大动力，为推动建设新型国际关系、构建人类命运共同体发挥积极作用。上个月，第14届全国人大4次会议审查批准《中国国民经济和社会发展第15个5年规划》，明确提出坚持高质量发展，扩大高水平对外开放，落实全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、文明倡议和治理倡议，推动构建人类命运共同体。“15+5”规划是推动中国式现代化的施工图，也是与各国推进共同现代化的邀请函。中国将始终以自身的确定性为动荡的世界注入宝贵的正能量。中国全国人大愿同各国立法机构一道，继续深化立法和治国理政经验交流互鉴，推动国家间各领域务实合作走深走实，支持一联在全球治理中发挥更大作用，共同为子孙后代孕育希望，维护国际公平正义。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much. Now please Brunei Darussalam, followed by Denmark. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam President, honorable heads of delegations and fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. I'm thankful for the opportunity to deliver a statement at the 152nd General Assembly on behalf of Brunei Darussalam and its Legislative Council. This is the first time since our admission to IPU in the last General Assembly. We would like to thank the government of Türkiye for the warm hospitality extended to us since we arrived in this lovely city of Istanbul. As a small nation, we are guided by enduring values that uphold compassion and justice and respect for human dignity. As a member of ASEAN, we are committed to regional solidarity, mutual respect, and consensus building, principles that have maintained stability in our region for decades. The theme before us, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations, is both timely and imperative. It reminds us that as parliamentarians, we have a shared responsibility as stewards and guardians of both present and future. We are entrusted not only with governance, but also safeguarding the future. Under the wise leadership of His Majesty the Sultan and Yang Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam, our nation remains steadfast in fostering peace, promoting social harmony, and advancing sustainable development. In this regard, the Legislative Council plays a pivotal role in upholding transparency and accountability in governance. This is reflected in our rigorous budget deliberations, our oversight of ministerial responsibilities, and our comprehensive discussion on our long-term national vision, which is called Wawasan Brunei 2035. Through these efforts, we affirm our commitment to good governance and to ensuring that development is inclusive and future-looking. Distinguished delegates, to nurture hope, we invest in people, especially in our youth. In Brunei, we place strong emphasis on their education and well-being, with development that is inclusive and anchored in values. For us, hope comes when individuals feel secure and empowered to contribute to society, and when institutions are trusted, when governance is transparent, and when progress is shared equitably among all. To secure peace, we must remain committed to mutual respect, dialogue, and non-violence. Peace is not only the absence of conflict, it is the presence of justice, mercy, and dignity. As parliamentarians, we must uphold the sanctity of human life and address the root causes of instability. In ASEAN, we have demonstrated that dialogue, cooperation, and respect for diversity can serve as powerful tools for maintaining peace. Madam President, Brunei Darussalam firmly believes in the importance of diplomacy and dialogue as the primary means of resolving differences. In a world increasingly marked by division, our collective commitment to peace must remain unwavering. But we cannot speak of peace today without acknowledging the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, the continued loss of innocent lives of women and children in Gaza and in the occupied territories, which is deeply distressing and unacceptable. As members of the international community, we must not remain silent in the face of such humanitarian crisis. We must call for immediate cessation of violence, the protection of civilians, and unimpeded humanitarian access to those in urgent need. Peace cannot endure without justice, and justice cannot prevail without compassion. To ensure justice for future generations, we must act with foresight and responsibility. Justice extends beyond legal framework. It encompasses social equity, environmental stewardship, and economic sustainability. Excellencies, honorable delegates, the 152nd General Assembly is convened at the most difficult time in international relations. Apart from the continuing atrocities in Gaza, the Middle East is also in a state of war as a result of the US-Israel aggression on Iran. The war risks triggering a dangerous spiral of violence with severe repercussions for the region and beyond. We urge all parties to the conflict to exercise maximum restraint and to immediately cease further hostilities. We hope as parliamentarians, we will play our collective role to search for peaceful resolution. It is not only to bring an end to the conflict, but also to address the humanitarian issues that arise as a result of the conflict. Brunei Darussalam believes in multilateralism and rules based on international order. Under the framework of parliamentary diplomacy, we can and we need to work together to strengthen collaboration and to foster constructive dialogue to end the conflict. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Now we welcome Denmark, followed by Laos. Denmark, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. Dear colleagues, let me ask a simple question. What kind of a world do we want? A world of rules or a world where power decides? Because after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, this is no longer a theory, it's a reality. If we accept this, we send a clear message that force works. And if force works, rules do not. This is not only about Ukraine, this is about every country in this room today. Big or small, east or west. No country is safe if borders can be changed by forces. Colleagues, silence is not neutral, silence is a choice. And business as usual is not peace, it is acceptance. We must be honest, without consequences, there are no longer rules. And without rules, there are no trust. We do not need stronger words, we do need stronger action. Not because we want conflict, but because we want peace that lasts. Peace without rules is not peace, it's just a break. As a parliamentarian in IPU, we have the power. We can support Ukraine, we can demand accountability, we can defend our institution, step by step, decision by decision. Dear colleagues, history is watching us. Not what we say, but what we do. So let me be clear. Let us be firm and let us defend the rules that protect us all. Because if we don't stand up today, it will be harder tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now you will welcome Laos and followed by Cambodia. Laos, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Laos National Assembly delegation, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangements made by the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye and IPU for this 152nd Assembly in Istanbul, the most beautiful city in the world. We met at the time of profound global uncertainty when the international community is facing the serious challenges affecting peace, stability, and development. Hence, the international community must continue to seek peaceful and long-lasting resolutions to ongoing conflicts and disputes. The theme of this assembly, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for the future generation, is very vital, and at the same time, it's a very good opportunity for the parliaments to exchange views and take meaningful, coordinated and concrete parliamentary actions. Excellencies, for the Laos PDR, a country which has suffered from several decades of the aggressive war, considers the concept of peace, justice, and development are inherently interconnected. Lasting peace cannot be achieved in the absence of trust, development, and inclusive justice. We should understand the root cause of the conflicts. In this regard, I would like to share some views as follows. One, parliaments must strengthen peace through dialogues and political responsibility. Parliamentary diplomacy always remains an essential channel for building trust, reducing tensions, and promoting peaceful settlement of conflicts. We firmly believe that all conflicts should be resolved through peaceful means in accordance with the international laws and the principles of the UN Charter. The most appropriate solutions are to take urgent action to addressing the problems facing us all today. This cannot be done without firmly upholding the principles of the UN Charter and preserving multilateralism. We have to create opportunities for peaceful resolutions and conducive environment for diplomatic negotiations. By doing so, we can ensure lasting peace and prosperity. Second, parliaments should uphold justice through inclusive and accountable governance. Parliaments must ensure that laws are implemented, resources are managed responsibly, and development remains people-centered. Third, parliaments must act to build a fair and more sustainable global economy. For developing countries, global economic conditions directly affect growth and well-being of the peoples. We support open, fair, and rules-based multilateral trading system. We also underscore the importance of strengthening cooperation among developing countries to address common challenges and promote inclusive and sustainable development. For the LAPDR, ensuring justice for the future generations also means investing in human resources development with a particular focus on youth and women education, strengthening institutions and promoting social harmony remain essential to ensuring a better future of the people. We reaffirm our commitment to regional and international cooperation, including within ASEAN, and to the multilateral system based on international laws and mutual respect. Allow me to reaffirm that peace, development, and justice are mutually reinforcing and should be pursued together. Strong, inclusive, and accountable parliaments are essential to advancing these goals. The LAPDR is ready to work closely with all member parliaments to promote peace, justice, and sustainable development for the peoples and for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we welcome on the stage Cambodia, followed by France. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, I am deeply honored to address this distinguished assembly. In a global environment marked by rapid, uneven, and intrinsically perilous change, our team is not only timely, it is a solemn reminder of the responsibility we bear as a parliament to uphold true, safeguard peace, and defend the rule of law
when these values are most at risk. For Cambodia, these aspirations are not abstract concepts, but hard-earned lessons forged in the crucible of conflict, in great tragedy, and national rebirth. From these experiences, we have drawn an unshakable conviction that durable peace can only flourish through an unwavering commitment to true justice and impartial rule of law. The historical lesson and experiences fought through our collective effort to address regional and extra-regional challenges underscore a vital truth: hope without responsibility is merely an illusion, a fleeting dream that dissolves under the weight of reality. Hope can endure only when truth is steadfastly upheld, and truth cannot prevail when history is deliberately distorted into falsehood to advance narrow political interests, thereby sowing the seed of hatred and conflict among the nations that are bound to live side by side. Likewise, the foundation of justice cannot endure where the rule of law is involved selectively or set aside for convenience, whether within a nation or in the relation among sovereign states. Such practice inevitably erode the mutual trust upon which lasting peace depends. We must remain resolute in the consistent application of the international law, without fear or favor. It is the impartial arbiter that safeguards the right and dignity of all nations, regardless of side. This commitment to consistency must also govern the implementation of bilateral and international agreements. Indeed, regional stability depends on unwavering respect for established treaty and boundary arrangement. Peace cannot be sustained when such frameworks are subject to diverse interpretation or inconsistent application. Ceasefire, likewise, must be upheld in both letter and spirit as meaningful pledge for peace or peace rather than mere tactical poses. When action on the ground diverges from the understandings reached through dialogue, this inevitably diminishes confidence. In this context, activities and insensitive areas following ceasefire arrangement must be approached with the utmost caution and restraint so as not to prejudice to path toward a mutually acceptable settlement. Beyond the technicality of law and diplomacy, we must never lose sight of the human and cultural dimension of conflict. These consequences are felt most actually by the communities we serve. For those who harm and damage and who live unprotected, these are not abstract concern, but hard realized reality that undermine the very prospect of reconciliation. Moreover, the discretion of cultural heritage is an affront to our shared responsibility to preserve the legacy of humanity, treasure and unveil value that transcend national border. The path ahead is arduous, but our mandate is clear. If we are to bequeath a world of hope and justice to future generations, we must act with resolve and determination. Let us summon the collective wisdom and courage to address the root cause of discord, to honor our commitment, and to uphold the principle that bind us as an international community. Only then can we fulfill our duty to those who will inherit the world we leave behind, a world where the promise of peace is not a distant aspiration, but a lived reality that defines our shared community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we'll welcome France, followed by Belarus. Mr. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues, face aux défis immenses qui sont les nôtres, ce sont des mots simples, sincères et profondément humains dont nous avons besoin aujourd'hui et que je vais essayer de vous livrer. Nous sommes tous liés par une réalité commune, celle de dire que nous sommes les gardiens temporels d'un monde que nous ne possédons pas, mais que nous empruntons aux générations futures. Pourtant, regardons la réalité en face. La guerre n'est pas une fatalité météorologique, elle est un choix. La responsabilité de la violence nous incombe à tous. Quand nous échouons à dialoguer, ce sont les civils qui en payent le prix du sang et des larmes. Et dans ce cas, l'inaction n'est pas une prudence, c'est une complicité silencieuse face à ces drames. Alors, cultiver l'espoir, aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas faire preuve de naïveté, c'est avoir le courage de refuser l'inéluctable et construire un monde dominé non pas par les conflits et les intérêts, mais par la paix. Nous voyons certains pays se refermer, effaçant les principes de démocratie et de liberté sous prétexte d'une souveraineté ou d'urgence. Mais la démocratie n'est pas une option, elle est une exigence pour un peuple libre. Car un pays qui étouffe ses libertés est un pays qui s'asphyxie lui-même. À défaut d'avoir une langue commune, les droits de l'homme doivent rester notre langage universel, la seule grammaire capable de nous unir alors que les bruits des armes tentent de nous diviser. Ce que nous tolérons aujourd'hui deviendra la norme que nos enfants subiront demain si nous ne réagissons pas. Alors assurer la justice pour les générations futures, c'est aussi leur laisser une terre où ils peuvent respirer. Une terre brûlée n'est pas un héritage, c'est une condamnation pour nos enfants. L'environnement n'est pas une variable d'ajustement économique, c'est le socle là aussi d'une paix durable. Car nous le savons tous, nous ne serons pas jugés sur ce que nous avons hérité, mais sur ce que nous aurons laissé. Regardons la réalité de notre jeunesse, puisqu'elle, aujourd'hui, avance dans un monde qui change plus vite que nos lois. Entre l'impact des réseaux sociaux, l'arrivée de l'intelligence artificielle, une santé mentale de plus en plus précarisée, nos enfants sont en première ligne et souvent manquent de boussole. Une société en bonne santé est une société où chaque individu a eu accès à l'école, au savoir, à la connaissance et à l'ouverture au monde. Car l'instruction au savoir est notre meilleure arme contre l'obscurantisme. Il n'y a d'ailleurs pas eu de coïncidence. Lorsqu'un pays qui s'éloigne de la démocratie, il s'éloigne aussi de l'instruction et de l'éducation de son peuple. Il ne s'agit pas seulement d'apprendre des faits, mais d'apprendre à vivre ensemble, à comprendre les nuances à l'autre, à forger ce qui unit un peuple plutôt que ce qui fragmente. Alors, mes chers collègues, l'espoir n'est pas qu'un sentiment. C'est aussi une volonté politique. C'est pour ces raisons que nous devons agir en conscience. Ne soyons pas les femmes et les hommes politiques qui ont regardé le monde s'embraser sans rien faire, mais ceux qui ont su planter les graines d'une justice qui survit aux mandats et aux frontières. L'histoire ne retiendra pas nos discours, mais elle retiendra notre courage ou notre silence. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Now, please, Belarus, followed by Romania. Please, the floor is yours.
Madam President, dear colleagues, the topic of our discussion sounds optimistic: nurturing hope, securing peace and ensuring justice for future generations. Unfortunately, there is a very little grounds for optimism in today's world. If we don't provide peace, there will be no tomorrow. There will be no future generations. We are meeting at a crucial moment. The global governance architecture established decades ago is no longer fit for the purpose. International law is increasingly ignored. Conflicts are proliferating, and transitional challenges go unaddressed. The United Nations Security Council is practically paralyzed, and multilateral institutions are suffering from politicization that undermines their credibility. All this reflects a deeper structural shift, the inexorable decline of the so-called international order. Western nations seek to preserve this order by resorting to the instrumentalization of instability, which reflected in the incitement of conflicts, the imposition of illegal sanctions, and other destructive actions. Consequently, the transition toward a just multipolar world is proving to be immensely difficult. However, this movement is unstoppable because it serves the interests of the global majority. The majority is no longer agrees to remain a mere object in a unipolar world, striving instead to become a full-fledged subject in a multipolar global order. It is no longer prepared to accept rules of global conduct imposed by a narrow circle of states and intends to participate independently in the creation of such rules. Unlike the West, which pursues a zero-sum game policy, the rest of the world is committed to a win-win formula. The majority seeks to develop on the foundation of its own historical traditions, its own understanding of the world, and most importantly, in the best interests of its peoples. It is in the line with these trends that official Minsk is building its foreign policy strategy. Historically, aware of the true price of peace and justice, the Belarusian nation today places the preservation of these values at the very heart of state policy and social development. As the President of the Republic of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, stated, quote, "Peace is the supreme value. Without it, neither the progress nor the very existence of a nation is possible. We have always stood and shall continue to stand for the peaceful resolution of any conflict, for creation rather than destruction. Our duty is to preserve a peaceful and tranquil country for future generation," unquote. Belarus belongs to the global majority. We are an active participant in its institutional structures, putting forward initiatives aimed at building a just multipolar world. Since 2023, we have been promoting the concept of the Eurasian Charter of Diversity and Multipolarity in the 21st century. We are convinced that this initiative will facilitate the creation of an architecture of equal and indivisible security in Eurasia, while further strengthening positive developments across our vast continent in various spheres for the collective benefit of Eurasian nations and their peoples, and first of all, for the future of generations. I would like to place particular emphasis on the parliamentary dimension of this work. It is Parliament that are capable of transforming a political declaration into a stable legal foundation. We see great potential in involving the relevant parliamentary committees of Eurasian countries in the work on the Charter, holding joint hearings and exchanging experience in providing legislative support for multipolar principles. Parliamentary diplomacy can play a key role here through bilateral and multilateral contexts, as well through activities in the inter-parliamentary assemblies. Moreover, parliaments are the voice of the peoples. It is up to us to ensure that the process of forming a multipolar world is transparent, accountable, and reflects the real interests of citizens, not narrow elites. Thank you.
Thank you. بداية أحب أعرفكم بنفسي دكتورة حمدة حسن السليطي، نائب رئيس مجلس الشورى القطري وممثلة المجموعة العربية في اللجنة التنفيذية. لدينا الآن رومانيا وتتبعها اليمن. رومانيا تفضلوا.
I don't need.
No, you don't want it?
No, I don't think I need. No.
This is okay?
I think it's okay.
Okay, this height is okay?
Yeah, I think so. So, dear colleagues, it is an honor for me to contribute to this general debate. But first of all, on behalf of the Romanian delegation, I would like to thank our Turkish host for their warm welcome and hospitality in this beautiful city of Istanbul. The focus of this IPU session on peace and justice is more timely, given the multiple crises and many conflicts around the globe, which require enhanced parliamentary input to facilitate cooperation and long-lasting solution. Nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations is a moral and political imperative that Romania embraced with full responsibility. Nurturing hope begins with trust in institutions. In a world marked by conflict, polarization, and disinformation, parliaments must remain pillars of democracy, dialogue, and transparency. Hope cannot exist hope cannot exist where citizens lost their trust in the rule of law. Therefore, we have a duty to strengthen democratic institutions and to combat corruption and abuse of power, whatever they manifest themselves. Securing peace can no longer be understood exclusively in military items. Peace also means food security, access to education, economic resilience, and environmental protection. Today's conflicts are increasingly fueled by inequalities, climate changes, and competition for resources. If we do not address the root causes, we will not build a lasting peace, but we only postpone the next crisis. Romania firmly supports multilateral solutions and the role of parliamentary diplomacy in preventing conflicts. Dialogue between parliaments can open channels where classical diplomatic encounters difficult. In this sense, the Inter-Parliamentary Union remains an essential platform for building bridges between nations. When it comes to justice for future generations, we must recognize that our decisions take shape the world of tomorrow. Whether we are talking about public debt, climate policy, or the digital transformation, every choice has long-term consequences. Intergenerational justice requires balance, not transferring disproportionate borders to those who come after us. Technology and artificial intelligence also raise fundamental questions about equity, access, and rights. It is our responsibility to ensure that technological progress serves the common good and does not deepen existing divisions. Dear colleagues, the Romanian Parliament has a well-established oversight mandate and institutional practice, and it directly contributes to ensuring an important role in parliamentary diplomacy and multilateral cooperation. We joined the IPU since 1891, just 2 years after the creation of our organization. Today, more than ever, we remain a dedicated partner and reaffirm our steadfast and historical commitment to the mission of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Parliaments can open and maintain channels of dialogue, support political dialogue and mediation, and foster mutual understanding among countries. Hope is not an abstract concept. It is built through concrete policies, sincere cooperation, and the courage to make difficult decisions. Lasting peace is not imposed, it is built. Justice is not promised, it is achieved. Future generations will not just us by our speeches, but by our actions. Let us, therefore, be worthy of this responsibility. I would like to conclude to assure you that the Parliament of Romania is committed to working together with parliaments around the world to uphold these principles and values, acting with clarity, responsibility, and vision. Thank you for your kind attention.
شكراً. الآن اليمن، بعدها غامبيا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الدكتورة حمدة ممثل المجموعة العربية رئيس الجلسة، الأخوة والأخوات الحاضرون جميعاً، أسعدتم بالخير مساءً. ونشكر البرلمان الدولي وأمانته العامة ورئاسته، وكذلك الدولة المستضيفة تركيا على هذا الإعداد في هذه المدينة، مدينة المآذن، آلاف المآذن، مدينة اسطنبول الجميلة. إنه من دواعي السرور أن يشاركوا في بلادنا اليمن في هذه الدورة، واتحاد البرلمان الدولي منتظم في دوراته، ولكن للأسف الشديد أهداف التنمية المستدامة ومبادئ القانون الدولي الإنساني ليهدف إلى مستقبل آمن مستدام تسطر في الورق فقط ولا تنفذ على الواقع المعاش. وهدفنا لهذه الدورة تعزيز الأمل وصون السلام وضمان العدالة للأجيال القادمة، شعارات براقة يكذبها الواقع المعاش دورة بعد دورة، فلا أمل يبث، بل رعب الحروب هي الثقافة السائدة، ولا سلام يتحقق ولا عدالة مرجوة في المنظور القريب، حتى أصبنا الشباب باليأس الذي نرغب في تمكينهم، وهذا ما تؤكده المعطيات والشواهد المنظورة أمام عينكم ويتعايشون بأنفسكم. فأغلب الدول تسعى للتسليح وكنز الترسانات من الأسلحة من صواريخ وطائرات، بل بعض الدول باعت مدخرات شعوبها من بيع أطنان الذهب للتسلح، وطالبت بعض الدول من برلماناتها في زيادة ميزانية الإنفاق للتسليح لعام 2027 إلى مئات المليارات، بل وصل البعض إلى تريليون دولار على حساب التنمية والقوت الضروري للشعوب. وهذا يحتاج منا كبرلمان دولي إلى إرادة ووقفة مع أنفسنا كمثل الشعوب التي هي مالة السلطة ومصدرها، نقف ونراجع ما تحقق من أهداف، وما هي الأسباب الإخفاقات في عدم تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وضمان العدالة للأجيال القادمة. وهذا يتطلب أن تكون برلماناتنا قوية وتقوم بواجباتها مع السلطات التنفيذية من خلال محاربة الفساد والشفافية والمساءلة والمحاسبة للمسؤولين التنفيذيين، ورفض الإفلات من العقاب، وضمان الحقوق لتعزيز الثقة الضعيفة والمفقودة بين الشعوب والسلطات. الأخوة والأخوات الحاضرون جميعاً، لقد عشنا في الأشهر الماضية من هذا العام 26 في الأعوام الماضية حروب طاحنة بكل الأسلحة والمعدات أثرت على العالم الغني والفقير، المتقدم ديمقراطيا والناشئ ديمقراطيا، وزادت الشعوب الفقيرة إلى أشد فقرا، ومنها بلاد اليمن التي تعاني من انقلاب من ميليشيات الحوثي السلالية المدعوم من دولة إيران منذ 11 عاما، التي انقلبت على السلطات الشرعية وحولت جزء من اليمن إلى مقابر للأطفال ومعسكرات للتدريب، وبثت ثقافة الإرهاب والرعب بين المواطنين في المناطق المسيطرين عليها، وزجت بآلاف الناشطين من الرجال والنساء بالسجون، وملاحقة زملائكم البرلمانيين والحكم عليهم بالإعدام، ومصادرة ممتلكاتهم وطرد سرهم من البيوت، ومنعت صرف رواتب، وجعلت المواطنين عبيدا ومن القيادات الموالين لملال إيران قناديل وأسياد. دمرت البنية التحتية للبلاد ومقدراتها، وآخرها تدمير 4 طائرات مدنية من شركة الطيران اليمنية بلغت قيمتها أكثر من $1 مليار بسبب ضربات الكيان الصهيوني على مطار صنعاء الدولي. وضربت هذه الميليشيات الانقلابية مواني تصدير النفط في أغسطس 2022 بمناطق الشرعية الدستورية، وأضعفت مواردنا من $4 مليار إلى $800 مليون. مما سبب في حرمان الموظفين والمتقاعدين المدنيين رجالا ونساء انتظام رواتبهم، وهي في المتوسط لا تتجاوز $25 للشهر الواحد، ليس لليوم ولكن للشهر. ولكن جارتنا الوفية وشقيقتنا الكبرى مملكة الخير والإنسانية لم تترك اليمن وشعبها وحيدة في محنته، فكانت لأشقائنا في المملكة قيادة وشعل الموقف الأخوي الصادق والدعم المستمر المتواصل ودون ضجيج إعلاميا. الأخوة والأخوات والحاضرون جميعا، ونحن نناقش في هذه الدورة تعزيز الأمل وصون السلام وضمان العدالة للأجيال اللي كان ينبغي علينا أن نستنكر ونتخذ إجراءات على ما تقوم به دولة إيران وميليشياتها من عدوان واعتداءات متكررة تجاه جيراننا كانت المملكة العربية السعودية ودول الخليج والدول العربية ومنها بلادنا اليمن الذي كان سعيدا، وبسد عدوانها وميليشيات أصبح حزين وفقير. فإننا نستنكر من هذا المنبر هذا العدوان الغاشم على أرض الحرمين الشريفين وبنيتها التحتية، وهذا الاستهداف يضر بأمن المنطقة واستقرارها. لذا نطالب البرلمان الدولي بإدانة هذه الاعتداءات المكررة التي تستهدف عمدا المواقع المدنية والبنية التحتية الحيوية في انتهاك صارخ لمبادئ القانون الدولي قواعد حسن الجوار ومحاولة كشوفة وحاقدة لزعزعة الأمن والاستقرار الإقليمي. كما أننا ينبغي علينا أن نستنكر ونتخذ إجراءات على ما تقوم به العدوان الصهيوني ضد أهلنا في فلسطين وتعذيب أهلنا في غزة وحرمان المعونات الدولية. ولذا يتطلب مننا الآتي، خاصة بعد التشريع الوحشي الذي تقوم به الذي قام به هذا العنصر الكيان القبيح لأرض فلسطين، وشرع بانتهاك المواثيق الدولية من خلال المحاكمة العسكرية للأسرى والمعتقلين. نطلب من هذا المنبر تجميد عضوية الكيان الإسرائيلي في البرلمان الدولي والمحاكم الدولية، الاعتراف بدولة فلسطين والتمكين لها بمقاعد المنار الدولية، إيقاف كل الاتفاقيات الدولية العسكرية وانتباه الكيان الصهيوني، التنفيذ الفوري لإدارة محكمة الجنايات الدولية في لاهاي، وإيقاف كل عمل الشركات والأشخاص الذين داعمين لهذا الكيان. الأخوة والأخوات الحاضرين جميعا، آمل أن نخرج من اجتماعات هذه الدورة بقرارات تعزز من دور الاتحاد لنعيد الثقة للشعوب ونعزز الأمل ونصون السلام وضمان العدالة للأجيال قولا وعملا. وشكرا لاهتمامكم وحسن إنصاتكم.
شكرا لك. الآن استوينيا، الآن غامبيا، بعدها استوينيا. غامبيا.
Madam President, Right Honorable Speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I here stand before you this afternoon to read this statement on behalf of my Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Sidi S.K. Njai. To this end, it is an honor and a privilege for me to address this August Assembly on behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of the Gambia and its people, on a theme that resonates profoundly with the aspirations of our peoples and the responsibilities entrusted to us as legislators. The theme, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. Madam President, allow me at this outset to commend the Inter-Parliamentary Union for its unwavering commitment to strengthening parliamentary diplomacy and promoting democratic governance across the globe. At a time when the world is confronted with complex and interrelated challenges, ranging from conflicts, inequalities, to climate change and democratic backsliding, this Assembly provides a pivotal role for collective reflection and decisive actions. Madam President, cultivating hope is the cornerstone upon which resilient societies are built and is the foundation for sustainable development. It is what inspires citizens to believe in the promise of a better future and motivates governments to pursue inclusive and sustainable development. In the Gambia, we have made significant strides in consolidating democracy and restoring public confidence in state institutions through constitutional reforms, strengthened oversight mechanisms, and enhanced citizen engagement. Our parliament continues to play a pivotal role in fostering transparency and accountability. However, Madam President, nurturing hope requires more than institutional reforms. It demands deliberate investments in education, youth empowerment, and economic opportunities. Our young people, who constitute the majority of our population, Madam President, must be equipped with the skills, knowledge, and opportunities to thrive in an increasingly competitive and interconnected world. As parliamentarians, we must therefore enact forward-looking policies that prioritize human capital development, bridge inequalities, and promote social inclusion. By doing so, we not only nurture hope, but lay the foundation for sustainable peace and prosperity. Madam President, peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It is the presence of justice, equity, and respect for human dignity. Today, across the globe, persistent conflicts and emerging threats continue to undermine stability and development. In our sub-region of West Africa, we are witnessing evolving security challenges, including terrorism, political instability, and transnational crimes. These threats require coordinated and sustained responses rooted in dialogue, cooperation, and respect for rule of law. The Gambia remains steadfast in its commitment to peace building and conflict prevention. Our experiences demonstrate that inclusive governance, respect for human rights, and strong democratic institutions are essential pillars for lasting peace. Parliaments have a critical role to play in this regard. Through legislative action, budgetary oversight, and representation, we must ensure that national policies address the root causes of conflict, including poverty, marginalization, and injustice. Furthermore, Madam President, parliamentary diplomacy, championed by the Inter-Parliamentary Union, offers a unique avenue for fostering mutual understanding and understanding and resolve dispute through dialogue rather than confrontation. We must continue to strengthen this platform to promote peace and stability across regions. Madam President, justice is the bedrock of any democratic society. Ensuring justice is both a moral and legal imperative, and without justice, peace cannot endure and hope cannot flourish. In the Gambia, the pursuit of justice has been central to our democratic transition through transitional justice mechanisms, including truth-seeking and accountability processes. We have sought to address past injustice and lay the groundwork for national reconciliation. Our parliament has been instrumental in supporting these efforts by enacting legislation, providing oversight, and amplifying the voices of victims. This commitment reflects our belief that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. At a global level, we must reaffirm our commitment to upholding international law, protecting human rights, and ensuring access to justice for all, especially the most vulnerable, including women, children, and marginalized communities. Madam President,
conclude, please.
Madam President, our responsibility to future generations, the theme of this assembly calls upon us to look beyond immediate concerns and consider the legacy we leave for future generations. Our decision today, whether in relation to governance, security, and environmental stewardship, we will shape the world that our children, grandchildren inherit. Madam President, in conclusion, the challenges we face are formidable, but they are not insurmountable. By working together through dialogue, cooperation, and shared commitment, we can build a world where hope thrives, peace prevails, and justice is guaranteed for all. Let us seize the opportunity presented by the Assembly to renew our collective efforts and translate our commitments into tangible actions that will benefit the present and the future generation. On my behalf, on the behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of the Gambia, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the principle and ideals of the Inter-Parliamentary Union.
Your time is over.
I thank you for your kind attention.
Now Estonia, after it Switzerland.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era in which uncertainty is increasingly affecting everyday life of people. Most of this uncertainty is global, a result of international relations gone wrong. Reducing that uncertainty is one of the most important responsibilities we as parliamentarians share. Stability between states comes from clear rules, open communication, and the willingness to resolve disagreements peacefully. Respecting agreements, honoring commitments, and engaging in negotiations are practical tools that make the international environment more predictable and safer for everyone. Disagreements between states are inevitable. We have different interests, histories, and perspectives, and they will always exist. What matters is how those disagreements are handled. When states continue to speak one another, even when discussions are difficult, tensions can be managed. Meaningful dialogue depends on the fundamental principle, the equality of states. No country's size, whether measured in population, territory, economic strength, or historical influence, gives a greater rights than others. No state can legitimately claim special permission to ignore common rules. When this principle is undermined, diplomacy loses its foundation and uncertainty replaces trust. Building a more stable future requires restoring trust in dialogue as a continuous process, not a last resort. It means investing in diplomacy, supporting mediation efforts, and ensuring that disputes are addressed through negotiations rather than coercion. The choice before us is clear. We can allow pressure, unilateral action, and force to define the global environment, or we can reaffirm dialogue, equality, and rules as the basis for cooperation. We have to give future generations something practical and durable, a world where problems are addressed at the table, not on the battlefield. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we give the floor for Switzerland, followed by Burkina Faso.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, chers et chers collègues. Je souhaite d'abord remercier nos hôtes, la Grande Assemblée nationale de Turquie, pour son accueil chaleureux ici à Istanbul. Le thème de notre débat est très important. Il nous parle d'espoir, de paix et de justice. Et surtout, il nous rappelle une chose simple. Nos décisions d'aujourd'hui vont marquer la vie des générations futures. Pour nous, en Suisse, cet appel est très clair. L'espoir ne naît pas de rien. Il naît d'attentes concrètes. Il grandit quand les citoyens trouvent des réponses claires, justes et ancrées dans la réalité. Il grandit quand les citoyens ont confiance dans leurs institutions. La démocratie, mesdames et messieurs, n'est pas seulement un système, c'est une attitude. C'est la volonté d'écouter et de respecter l'autre. C'est le dialogue entre personnes qui ne pensent pas toujours pareil. En Suisse, nous croyons à cette culture du dialogue et de la recherche de solutions communes. Le consensus fait partie de notre quotidien. Nous croyons qu'une société reste forte quand personne n'est laissé de côté. Une démocratie forte doit entendre toutes les voix des jeunes, des femmes, des personnes âgées, des minorités. Et je veux aussi dire les voix des personnes vivant avec un handicap. Je voudrais aussi rappeler les conclusions du sommet des femmes présidentes du Parlement de juillet 2025 à Genève, présidé par Mme Maya Riniker. Le message était clair. Une démocratie forte a besoin d'institutions ouvertes, sûres et respectueuses. Et l'égalité ne doit pas rester une promesse. Elle doit devenir une réalité. Quand une personne rencontre des barrières, ce n'est pas seulement son problème. C'est un signal pour toute la société qu'il faut agir. Car une démocratie juste doit être accessible à tous. Elle doit permettre à chacun de participer pleinement à la vie publique. Aujourd'hui, dans beaucoup de pays, nous voyons monter la méfiance, la peur, la polarisation. Nous voyons aussi des conflits, des inégalités et beaucoup d'incertitudes. Dans ce contexte, notre responsabilité est grande. Nous devons renforcer la confiance, à la restaurer si nécessaire. Nous devons défendre des institutions crédibles. Nous devons faire vivre une démocratie proche des citoyens. Mais cela ne suffit pas. Faire de la politique, ce n'est pas penser seulement à la prochaine élection. C'est penser à long terme. C'est penser aux enfants, c'est penser aux jeunes, c'est penser au monde que nous allons leur laisser. Le pays et la justice aussi de cette vision. Nous savons que les défis sont nombreux, le climat change et les inégalités restent fortes. La pauvreté existe encore, le faim touche encore trop de personnes. Et que dire des multiples conflits qui frappent notre monde. Dans ce contexte difficile, les nouvelles technologies avancent elles aussi très vite. L'intelligence artificielle, par exemple, peut apporter beaucoup, mais elle nous pose aussi des vraies questions. Qui décide? Qui contrôle? Qui protège la dignité humaine? Qui protège la liberté? Les progrès doivent être au service de l'être humain. C'est pourquoi les parlements jouent un rôle essentiel. Nous devons faire des lois justes. Nous devons contrôler l'action des gouvernements. Nous devons préparer l'avenir avec sérieux. Et nous devons faire avec la responsabilité envers les générations futures. Chers collègues, les générations futures ne peuvent pas encore voter, mais elles dépendront de ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui. Alors, gardons le cap, renforçons la confiance dans la démocratie et dans notre institution, qu'elle soit vivante, ouverte et surtout humaine, prenant des décisions pas centrées sur nos intérêts personnels, mais sur l'avenir du bien commun. Et travaillons ensemble pour un monde plus juste, plus pacifique et plus digne. Je vous remercie.
شكرا جزيلا. الآن بوركينا فاسو تليها إيرلندا.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents du Parlement, honorables membres de l'UIP, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi d'abord de vous adresser au nom du peuple burkinabé et du Président de notre Parlement, le Dr Ousmane Bougouma, l'expression de notre fraternité sincère. J'associe à ces salutations notre reconnaissance aux autorités et au peuple turc pour l'accueil empreint d'attention et de considération qui nous est réservé. Chers participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, il est des moments où les rencontres internationales dépassent le simple cadre institutionnel pour devenir des espaces de lucidité collective. La présente Assemblée s'inscrit dans l'un de ces moments. À travers le monde, les lignes de fracture se multiplient, les équilibres se fragilisent et les certitudes d'hier cèdent la place à des interrogations profondes. Des conflits ouverts ou lents rappellent parfois brutalement que la paix demeure une construction inachevée. Dans ce contexte, le thème qui nous réunit, cultiver l'espoir, consolider la paix et assurer la justice pour les générations futures, ne relève pas de l'incantation, il constitue une exigence stratégique et morale. Distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, cultiver l'espoir, ce n'est pas nier la gravité des crises, c'est refuser qu'elles dictent notre horizon. L'espoir véritable ne se proclame pas, il se structure, il se construit dans des politiques publiques cohérentes, dans des institutions crédibles et dans la capacité de nos sociétés à transformer l'épreuve en levier de résilience. Pour les parlementaires que nous sommes, cela implique d'assumer pleinement notre rôle, non seulement de produire la loi, mais aussi d'anticiper, protéger et orienter. Au Burkina Faso, cette responsabilité s'inscrit dans une dynamique de transformation visant à renforcer notre autonomie stratégique, à valoriser nos ressources et à investir dans le capital humain, socle de toute projection durable vers l'avenir. Mesdames et Messieurs, honorables invités, la paix, quand elle ne peut être envisagée comme une simple absence de conflit, elle suppose des conditions. La reconnaissance mutuelle, l'équité dans les relations internationales, le respect des souverainetés. Dans la région du Sahel, cette paix se construit dans un environnement particulièrement exigeant, où les défis sécuritaires se conjuguent à des urgences humanitaires et à des attentes sociales fortes. Face à cela, nos populations font preuve d'une résilience remarquable et rappellent par leurs engagements quotidiens que la stabilité ne peut être importée. Elle se forge de l'intérieur avec l'appui des partenariats respectueux et équilibrés. Chers honorables, Mesdames et Messieurs, cette rencontre internationale de parlementaires s'inscrit dans une dynamique historique de refondation de nos États, où les parlements ont un rôle central à jouer dans la concrétisation de notre vision partagée d'indépendance, de souveraineté et de développement harmonisé. Le Burkina Faso s'engage pour sa part à jouer pleinement sa participation afin que cette organisation tienne ses promesses et réalise les nobles objectifs qui lui sont assignés. Chers collègues, il n'y a pas de paix durable sans justice crédible. Mais la justice, pour être pleinement opérante, doit être perçue comme juste, c'est-à-dire impartiale, accessible et en phase avec les réalités du peuple. Cela vaut tant au niveau national qu'au niveau international. Dans le monde où les asymétries persistent, où certains nombres semblent s'appliquer de manière différenciée, la quête de justice devient indissociable d'un effort de rééquilibrage des relations internationales. C'est dans cet esprit que les pays de l'Alliance des États du Sahel, le Burkina Faso, le Mali et le Niger, ont engagé une trajectoire fondée sur la réaffirmation de leur souveraineté et la recherche de solutions adaptées à leur contexte. Cette démarche ne se veut pas une rupture, mais une contribution à l'ordre international plus équitable, fondé sur le respect mutuel et la responsabilité partagée. Mesdames et messieurs, notre responsabilité collective est aujourd'hui de faire en sorte que l'espoir ne soit pas un privilège géographique, que la paix ne soit pas sélective et que la justice ne soit pas relative. Autrement dit, de redonner à ces principes leur portée universelle. Cela suppose de dépasser les postures, d'interroger nos pratiques et de renforcer la sincérité de notre coopération. En définitive, si nous devrions retenir une seule ambition commune, serait celle-ci, faire en sorte que les générations futures héritent non pas d'un monde simplement stabilisé, mais d'un monde rendu plus juste et plus intelligible. Honorables invités, mesdames et messieurs, le Parlement du Burkina Faso et la délégation qui m'accompagne par ma voix se réjouissent de la tenue de ce cadre d'échange et formulent le vœu que nos travaux soient couronnés de succès éclatants. Vive la coopération interparlementaire, vive le Burkina Faso, vive les pays de l'AES. Je vous remercie.
شكرا جزيلا. والآن أود أن أنقل رئاسة الجلسة للسيد كيو قابسي رئيس اللجنة الوطنية في بوتسوانا. شكرا.
Thank you. Chairperson, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honour for me to address you here today. The theme of this debate, nurturing hope, securing peace and ensuring justice for future generations, goes to the heart of a responsibility that we share together as parliamentarians. Our role is not only to respond to the immediate challenges before us, but to make decisions that give people confidence in the future. Decisions that help sustain hope, secure peace, and deliver justice for generations to come. That responsibility is fundamental to parliamentary democracy. 80 years on from the founding of the United Nations, our institutions and values are under increasing strain. Conflict, inequality, climate disruption, the erosion of democratic norms, and rapid technological change are no longer separate challenges. They are interconnected pressures that shape daily life for people everywhere, particularly for younger generations. If hope is to endure, parliaments must continue to show that democracy can still deliver real outcomes. In Ireland, strengthening trust in democratic institutions has been a central focus of parliamentary reform in recent years. Our Parliament has taken concrete steps to improve transparency, accessibility and accountability. This includes expanding committee scrutiny, strengthening research and budgetary oversight, and placing greater emphasis on public engagement and education. These efforts are making a difference. In 2024 alone, more than 68,000 people visited Leinster House, the home of our national parliament. Many more engaged with our work online, with 2.55 million visits to our website and thousands following parliamentary activity through digital channels. Our education programme reaches over 7,600 students, both on-site and online. During 2024, this level of engagement shows that when people can see democracy at work, trust can be built. Sustainable and forward-looking lawmaking also requires foresight. In Ireland, the Houses of the Oireachtas supports this through pre-legislative scrutiny by parliamentary committees, strong oversight and accountability mechanisms, and the use of legislative frameworks designed to endure. One example of the Climate Action and Low Carbon Development Act 2021, which sets out clear targets in law and establishes the structures and processes needed to meet our national, EU and international climate obligations over the short and long term. Parliaments must also respond carefully and responsibly to technological change. Artificial intelligence has enormous potential, but without democratic oversight, it also carries real risks to human rights, accountability and social cohesion. Ireland's Parliament is therefore developing a responsible AI framework grounded in a risk-based approach and aligned with the EU AI Act and the guidelines for the responsible use of AI in the public service. Parliamentary diplomacy remains another essential instrument for peace. As elected legislators, we bring democratic legitimacy to international dialogue and multilateral cooperation. Ireland's Parliament is actively involved in inter-parliamentary institutions, regularly hosts international assemblies, and is preparing to support the parliamentary dimension of Ireland's presidency of the Council of the European Union in 2026. At a time of profound global uncertainty, sustained parliamentary dialogues help uphold international law, reinforce multilateralism, and keep cooperation possible. Securing justice for future generations also means ensuring that our political institutions reflect the societies they serve. While progress has been made, gaps remain, particularly when it comes to youth participation. In Ireland, reforms aimed at creating a more family-friendly and inclusive parliament alongside equality, diversity and inclusion initiatives seek to remove structural barriers to political engagement. The United Nations Pact for the Future and its declaration on future generations remind us that the long-term thinking must be embedded in our institutions, not left to goodwill or chance. Parliaments are uniquely placed to do this through legislative oversight and budgetary decisions, and by strengthening the multilateral system so that it can respond effectively to a changing world. Hope is not passive. It requires belief, but it also requires action. It is built through credible institutions, inclusive decision-making, respect for international law, and a willingness to look forward to short political cycles. Parliaments can make real hope and lasting when we choose cooperation over division, adapt a long-term perspective, and prioritise the safety, rights and well-being of our people. Let us ensure when future generations look back on this moment, they see parliaments that accept their responsibilities, work for peace, upheld justice and left our democratic institutions stronger than we found them. Carv Mila Mahagut. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. My name is Dita Pelokiorape, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Great Republic of Botswana. I'll be your chair until 5 o'clock when the emergency item comes in. I'll now call on Iran.
Shall I come up? Thank you. Good. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم قال الله الحکیم فی کتابه واعتدوا علیهم بمثل ما اعتدى علیکم. آقای رئیس، رؤسای محترم مجالس، نمایندگان گرامی، خانم‌ها، آقایان، از دولت و ملت دوست و برادر ترکیه به خاطر حسن استقبال و میزبانی این اجلاس و از رئیس محترم IPU و دبیر کل اتحادیه بین المجالس و همکاران دبیرخانه به خاطر تلاش در برگزاری این نشست صمیمانه تشکر می‌کنم. عالی جنابان، این جانب و هیئت همراه هم از کشوری در این اجلاس شرکت می‌کنیم که در 10 ماه گذشته 2 جنگ نظامی و 1 کودتای تروریستی مسلحانه بر آن تحمیل شده است. دولت جنایتکار امریکا
و رژیم غیرمشروع، غاصب و کودککش اسرائیل هدف خود را در این دو تجاوز نظامی و هدایت کودتای تروریستی براندازی جمهوری اسلامی ایران و تجزیه کشورم اعلام نمودند. دولت امریکا در ماه می 2025 در یک فریب تاکتیکی و با پیامی توسط یکی از کشورها تقاضای مذاکره نمود. با وساطت کشور عمان 5 دور مذاکره صورت گرفت، اما قبل از دور بعدی رژیم صهیونیستی در هماهنگی با امریکا جنگ خود را با بمباران 3 مرکز هسته‌ای تحت نظارت آژانس بین‌المللی انرژی اتمی و دیگر شهرها رسما آغاز کرد. بعد از 12 روز با مشاهده آثار شکست تقاضای آتش بس کردند. شکست خوردگان در جنگ کودتایی شبیه کودتای امریکا در 1953 در ایران و جنگ شهری تروریستی در ایران را به راه انداختند. رئیس جمهور امریکا در پیام به اغتشاشگران مسلح آنها را به تخریب و قتل تحریک و می گفت کمک‌های ما میرسد. با سلاح‌های امریکایی و اسرائیلی صدها مسجد، مدرسه، بانک و اموال عمومی مردم به آتش کشیده و بیش از 2700 نفر به شهادت رسیدند. اما کودتا هم با حضور میلیونی مردم شکست خورد. خانم‌ها، آقایان، دولت امریکا برای بار دوم خواستار مذاکره شد. با وساطت کشور عمان و ما پذیرفتیم. 2 دور گفتگو در ژنو شرکت کردیم. قبل از دور 3 مذاکرات امریکا و رژیم نژاد پرست اسرائیل 3مین و گسترده ترین عملیات نظامی خود را همراه با اقدامات تروریستی علیه جمهوری اسلامی ایران در 28 فوریه آغاز کردند. در این عملیات رهبر عالی ایران امام خامنه ای را به شهادت رساندند. آمریکا و صهیونیست ها بارها تهدید به ترور رهبر کشورمان کردند. آنان با علم به این که امام ما همانند مردم عادی به پناهگاه ها نمی روند، در منزل کوچک خود زندگی می کنند، ایشان را در دفتر ساده کارشان در یک اقدام تروریستی دولتی به شهادت رساندند. امام خامنه ای شهید تنها یک رهبر سیاسی دینی ملت ایران نبود که البته ملت ما و رزمندگان سلحشور ما انتقام این جنایت را از مرتکبین خواهند گرفت. اما امام شهید خامنه ای بزرگ یک مرجع دینی برای صدها میلیون از مسلمانان جهان نیز بود و اقدام به ترور ایشان زمین سازی برای جنگی علیه جهان اسلام می باشد که باید پاسخگو باشند. حضار محترم، اجازه دهید از جگرسوزترین صحنه این جنایت برای شما بگویم. در میان همه حملات وحشیانه حمله به مدرسه دخترانه شجره طیبه در میناب در روز اول تجاوز پرده از چهره واقعی متجاوزین برمی دارد. صبح روزی عادی دختران نوجوان این سرزمین با لبخند و کیف که کیفشون رو اینجا روی صندلی خود گذاشتم به مدرسه شجره طیبه رفتن. Yes?
Wind up, your time is up.
Time is up. Oh, my dear. Like the other head of delegations, please let me. We are in a very specific condition, Mr. Chairman. Please, please. حضار محترم، اجازه دهید تعداد 168 دانش آموز معصوم به همراه تعدادی از معلمان در این حمله هوایی به شهادت رسیدند. خانم‌ها، آقایان، جمهوری اسلامی ایران هرگز آغازگر جنگی نبوده، اما ماندگاری تاریخ در تاریخ و تمدن و اعتقادات ملت ایران طی هزاران سال به دلیل عزم راسخ او در دفاع از خود در برابر هر گونه تجاوزی است. عملیات شکست خورده آمریکا در جنوب اصفهان تکرار شکست سال 1980 در طبس بود. رژیم صهیونیستی در آستانه فروپاشی قرار گرفت. ترامپ این بار زودتر از دوره اول ریاست جمهوری در انتخابات پیش روی شکست خواهد خورد و جلاد تل‌آویو نتانیاهوی کودک کش همانند اولمرت در جنگ 33 روزه چاره‌ای جز پذیرش شکست مفتضحانه ندارد. Let me explain the last para. مواضع و مطالبات به حق ما روشن است. 1. از حق ذاتی و غیر قابل انکار دفاع مشروع بر اساس ماده 51 منشور ملل متحد و بالاتر از آن دستور قرآنی با آنان همان گونه که با شما برخورد می‌کنند برخورد کنید. برای در هم کوبیدن هر متجاوزی استفاده خواهیم کرد. 2. مطالبه غرامت و خسارت‌های دو جنگ اخیر آمریکا و صهیونیست‌ها علیه ایران را خواهیم خواست.
You are way out of time. Please conclude your speech.
Sentence, Your Excellency, Madam Chairperson, Mr. Chairman, از IPU انتظار می رود با تحولات مهم در جهان مسئولانه برخورد کند. IPU باید جایگاهی مستقل از دولت‌ها داشته باشد. در این راستا توصیه می‌کنم حمله آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی به ایران را محکوم نماید. ربودن رئیس مجلس ونزوئلا خانم مادورو و شهادت رئیس مجلس شورای اسلامی ایران دکتر لاریجانی را محکوم نماید. اقدام کنست اسرائیل the last sentence اقدام کنست اسرائیل در اعدام فلسطینیان را IPU در منظر جهانیان محکوم نماید.
Thank you, Iran. You are way out of your time. Colleagues, I know we all have a lot to say, but the rules are that all the presentations are timed. So please, let's try to observe the time that we are given. I pray for that utmost cooperation. I will now call upon Norway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates of the Assembly. Democracy and freedom in the world are under strain. Francis Fukuyama wrote in his legendary piece, The End of History and Lost Man, in the wake of the Cold War, that the fall of the Soviet Union and the end point of mankind ideological evolution and under civilization of Western liberal democracies as the final form for human government. Unfortunately, Fukuyama was proven wrong. Today, there are more autocracies than democracies in the world. That has indeed sincere implications in the international community for the exercise of human rights, the rule of law, freedom of speech, and, of course, also women's rights. Populations who still live under the true democracy must never take those rights for granted. Norway is closely integrated in the NATO, and we support international initiatives in the United Nations to support civil society organizations in autocracies to build strong coalitions to stand up for injustice. Let me be quite frank. Norway's commitments to NATO is one of our most important security guarantees. Without hesitation, it's also unshakable. Together with our allies, we are increasing our defense budgets. We are improving also our relations with the United States. And we are actively protecting our borders on land, sea, and in the air. We are, however, forced to prioritize deterrence because we have no other choice. The war in Europe, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine is unacceptable. And we are now already in the 4th year of the full-scale invasion. Only Russia can stop this war, and Norway supports any initiative to end it and protect the unrestricted sovereignty of Ukraine. Together with allies, Norway's military support to Ukraine is crucial to maintain its defense capabilities and also to protect civilians' lives. Norway will always defend human rights and stand up for justice. And ironically enough, since the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the Iranian population have been terrorized by their own government. After the Iranian nuclear deal pathetically terminated in 2018, the human rights situation deteriorated even more. The Masha Amini protests, propelled by the death of her in the police custody after she was arrested for violating Iran's Sharia laws by wearing the hijab improperly, revealed the true face of the Iranian regime. The protests that followed resulted in hundreds of killings of Iranians. Iranian women suffer every single day under this systematic repression expressed by the Iranian regime. And I have to say that Norway has not forgotten you, and I'm also very proud that Narges Mohammadi was a worthy winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. The 2025-26 anti-regime protests have not only been the largest mass uprising since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, it has been the largest massacre in modern Iranian history. The death toll has not been officially confirmed, but a variety of reports suggest tens of thousands of civilian casualties. That's not acceptable. Last year, the regime executed at least 1,600 people, the highest number reported since 1989. Many of them were simply exercised by basic human rights and freedom of expression. We must not forget the face of evil, and we must stand together also in this assembly. So, dear parliamentarians, we live in a more turbulent world order, and autocracies are on the rise, democracies are falling, and human rights are under pressure. On behalf of the Norwegian delegation, I urge the Assembly to stand for freedom, democracy, and human rights, and that we never must take it for granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I'll now call upon Mozambique. Mozambique, you have the floor.
Mr. President, tenho a honra de tomar a palavra em nome de Sua Excelência Margarida Adamugita Lapa, Presidente da Assembleia da República de Moçambique, para exprimir a gratidão ao Parlamento, ao Governo e ao povo de Turquia pela excelente organização desta Assembleia. Queremos saudar o secretário-geral da UIP, Sr. Martin Chungong, pelo extraordinário trabalho e dedicação à causa da organização durante a sua liderança à frente dessa organização. Trata-se, Senhor Presidente, estamos reunidos hoje em Istambul e guiados pelo espírito de interparlamentarismo e pelo mote desta sessão, cultivando a esperança, garantindo a paz e assegurando a justiça para as gerações futuras. Trata-se de um tema de grande importância e amplitude. Ele retrata de forma fiel os desafios da igualdade, da atualidade e a sagrada esperança dos nossos povos de construir a paz e a justiça no mundo. Por isso, construir a paz e a justiça é um imperativo dos nossos parlamentos como depositários supremos da vontade dos nossos povos. Dentro das nações e entre as nações, a paz e a justiça caminham de mãos dadas. A paz é um edifício frágil que não tem solidez se não for alicerçado na justiça. Mais de 80 anos depois, a Carta das Nações Unidas continua relevante para o nosso tempo e importante para o nosso tema. Os objetivos e princípios consagrados na Carta estão profundamente enraizados na proteção das gerações presentes e futuras contra o flagelo da guerra, na promoção da esperança de um futuro melhor e na garantia da paz através da justiça. Hoje, num mundo que enfrenta novos e complexos desafios, desde o recrudescimento de conflitos até a crise climática existencial, devemos rededicar as nossas energias ao nosso dever para com o presente e o futuro. Este é o edifício que o nosso povo, o povo moçambicano, tem ousado construir desde a sua independência há 50 anos. Hoje, este esforço tem se corporizado, nomeadamente no Diálogo Nacional Inclusivo, iniciado em 2025, sob a liderança de Sua Excelência, o presidente Daniel Francisco Chapo, presidente da República de Moçambique. O diálogo visa consolidar a unidade nacional, garantir a paz e a segurança nacionais, reforçar a coesão social e impulsionar o progresso e o bem-estar do nosso povo. É nesse contexto que cada árvore que plantamos no terreno de resolução de conflitos, cada diálogo que travamos na concertação social e cada decisão judicial justa que tomamos são um tijolo na construção de um espaço onde as gerações presentes e vindouras poderão viver em plena tranquilidade. Este é o papel crucial que o nosso Parlamento tem vindo a desempenhar na aprovação de instrumentos legais que sustentam o diálogo da sociedade no seu todo, com vista a uma paz e harmonia duradouras. Queremos, neste contexto, encorajar a cooperação interparlamentar que temos tido com outros parlamentos de outros países. Essa interação contribui para o fortalecimento da nossa democracia e para a partilha das nossas experiências como eleitos do povo. É nosso apelo que saiamos daqui mais solidários, com o compromisso renovado de que as nossas ações sejam alicerces sólidos para um amanhã melhor e mais risonho. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Mozambique. We'll now have Tunisia. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيد رئيس الجمعية، حضرات السيدات والسادة زملائي الكرام، إنه لمن دواعي اعتزازنا أن نحل بينكم في مدينتكم الجميلة اسطنبول للمشاركة في هذه الدورة، ويطيب لنا بهذه المناسبة أن نحيي جمعكم الكريم، وأن نتقدم نيابة على السيد إبراهيم بودربالة رئيس مجلس نواب الشعب الجمهورية التونسية، وأصالة عنا نحن أعضاء الوفد التونسي، بأصدق عبارات الشكر والتقدير إلى كافة القائمين على تنظيم الدورة الحالية. اتحاد البرلمان الدولي بالتعاون مع مجلس الأمة التركي الكبير الذي نعبر له عن امتناننا على حسن القبول وكرم الضيافة. سيد الرئيس، زملائي الأفاضل، سيداتي والسادة، إن نقاشنا العام يتزامن مع الصراعات المسلحة العنيفة التي طالت أكثر من مكان وتصاعدت وتيرتها في الفترة الأخيرة. ومن بديهي أن هذه الأحداث الدولية التي عمقت التوتر في العلاقات الدولية تتطلب منا اليوم كممثلين لشعوبنا إحياء المبادئ السامية التي أسست من أجلها منظمتنا البرلمانية العتيدة، وهي إحلال السلام والأمن من خلال تكريس الحوار والوساطة لحل الخلافات عوض الحروب. ولا شك أن الأوضاع الدولية حرجة جدا، بل هي على حافة الانفجار رغم الدعوات المتكررة إلى إطلاقها التي أطلقتها بلادي بضرورة العمل الجدي والفعال على الصعيد الثنائي وفي إطار المنظمات البرلمانية الإقليمية والدولية، وفي مقدمتها الاتحاد الدولي للبرلمان الالتزام الكامل بالقانون الدولي وبالمعايير الإنسانية من أجل التصدي للانتهاكات الصارخة لميثاق منظمة الأمم المتحدة والحرص على تفعيل آليات الدبلوماسية، بما يساعد على ترسيخ أسس الأمن والاستقرار والسلام وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة في عالمنا. سيد الرئيس، سيدات والسادة، نتساءل اليوم كيف لمجلس الأمن الدولي الذي شدد في قراره عدد 1674 لسنة 2006 على أن التنمية والسلام والأمن وحقوق الإنسان عناصر مترابطة يعزز بعضها البعض، أن لا يقوم بالمراجعات والإصلاحات اللازمة، والحال أن الكيان الصهيوني زج بمنطقة الشرق الأوسط في دوامة حرب واسعة النطاق، متماديا في الاستخفاف بالشرعية الدولية والانسياق في تأويل المفهوم الدفاعي عن النفس حسب مصالحه الضيقة، وفي خرق صارخ لأحكام القانون الدولي، وفي تجاهل خطير لمقتضيات العمل الإنساني في مناطق الحرب، بما ينظر ببلوغ النظام الدولي برمته نقطة الانهيار. وأن تونس تتابع بانشغال عميق وقلق شديد التصعيد العسكري الخطير الذي تشهده منطقة الشرق الأوسط، وما قد ينجر عنه من اتساع رقعة الصراع والانزلاق إلى الفوضى، فضلاً عما يشكله ذلك من تهديد جدي للأمن والسلم الإقليمي والدولي. ولتجدد في هذا الظرف بالغ الخطورة تمسكها باحترام مبدأ سيادة جميع الدول وإدانتها كل اعتداء على أراضي أي دولة أو انتهاك حدودها والعبث باستقرارها واستهداف المدنيين بالأساس، مؤكدة في هذا السياق تضامنها المطلق مع جميع الدول العربية الشقيقة التي تم استهداف أراضيها ودعوتها إلى مزيد تفعيل أواصر الأخوة وحسن الجوار بين دول المنطقة في إطار الاحترام المتبادل والالتزام بمبادئ ميثاق منظمة التعاون الإسلامي. سيد الرئيس، سيداتي والسادة، إننا نكرر سؤالنا من جانب آخر الأحرار العالم من البرلمانيين والبرلمانيات الذين يشاركوننا هذه اللحظات، هل ما يزال لموضوع نقاشنا معنا حقيقياً مع الجرائم الهمجية والفظيعة التي ظل يمارسها الكيان الصهيوني دون هوادة ضد الشعب الفلسطيني، رضعاً وأطفالاً وشيوخاً ونساء، من إبادة وتجويع وتنكيل وتهجير؟ وأي دور لمجلس الأمن أمام هذه الانتهاكات السافرة لحقوق الإنسان ضد من يفترض أن يمثلوا الأجيال القادمة من رضع وأطفال، والتي بلغت ذروتها حد اقتراف جرائم الإبادة الجماعية وجرائم ضد الإنسانية وجرائم حرب؟ وأننا نجدد التأكيد على موقف تونس المبدئي والثابت الداعم لقضية الشعب الفلسطيني العادلة ومساندته اللامشروطة لنضاله من أجل استرداد حقوقه المشروعة وفي مقدمتها حقه في إقامة دولته المستقلة كاملة السيادة على كل أرض فلسطين وعاصمتها القدس الشريف. كما نعرب عن تضامننا الكامل مع لبنان الشقيق في مواجهة العدوان الصهيوني الذي يطال سيادته وأمنه واستقراره. سيد الرئيس، سيداتي والسادة، أن تونس التي تعتز بأواصر الأخوة التي تجمعها مع الأشقاء على الصعيدين العربي والإسلامي، ومن منطلق تمسكها بقواعد القانون الدولي ومبدأ حل الخلافات بالطرق السلمية واحترام ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، تدعو كافة الأطراف إلى تثبيت وقف العمليات العسكرية وتغليب الحكمة والعودة إلى طاولة الحوار واعتماد الوسائل السلمية وتجنب المزيد من التصعيد حقنا لدماء الأبرياء وحفاظا على مقدرات شعوب المنطقة. أما على الصعيد الوطني لا يفوتنا التأكيد مجددا على مضي تونس قدما في استكمال مسار الانتقال الديمقراطي وبناء مؤسساتها الدستورية الدائمة والفعالة تجديدا لمبادئ دستور 2022. كما نجدد التزام بلادنا بتكريس حماية حقوق الإنسان في بعدها الشامل والكوني وترسيخ الحريات العامة والفردية لجميع المواطنين في إطار احترام قوانين البلاد وسيادتها الوطنية، ونعمل دون كل على توظيف جميع مقدرات البلاد من أجل تحقيق التنمية الشاملة والمستدامة لجميع فئات شعبنا وفقا لمبادئ العدالة الاجتماعية، بما يزرع الأمل لأجيالنا القادمة بمستقبل واعد ويعزز ثقتهم ببلدهم. تحية دولية من الشعب التونسي. شكرا على حسن الإصدقاء والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Tunisia. We'll now have Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan, you have the floor.
Mr. President, dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the delegation of Turkmenistan, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the leaders of Grand National Assembly of Turkey and the Inter-Parliamentary Union for their warm welcome in this historic city of Istanbul and for the high-level organization of this important conference. The main theme of today's assembly, nurturing hope, securing peace and ensuring justice for future generations, is not only a requirement of our time, but also a strategic path for the future of all humanity. The close and coordinated cooperation between the IPU and the United Nations is one of the key opportunities for finding effective solutions to contemporary global challenges and for ensuring the full triumph of the inviolable norms of international law within the world community. Distinguished participants of the conference, today, in the era of the global conflicts intensification, the importance of parliamentary diplomacy is ensuring peace and security is immense. As institutions representing the will of the people, parliaments help organize direct and open dialogues between states. The peaceful resolution of various regional issues is a guarantee of security and sustainable development, not only for those regions, but for their entire world. As noted, the theme of justice and future generation is aimed at ensuring a happy life today for the young generation, the masters of tomorrow. Developing concrete legal and social foundations now to protect the interests of future generations is strategic importance. Dear participants of the conference, Turkmenistan as a state committed to the principles of neutrality and the philosophies of dialogue is a guarantee of peace, and peace through of development supports the enhancement of the rule of international law. Our esteemed President attended the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly and outlined our country's priorities and initiatives for strengthening international cooperation as a neutral state. Our country's purposeful initiatives to increase the rule of international law as well as to strengthen trust and dialogue will play a sustainable role in consolidating global peace, cooperation, and in ensuring sustainable development. Turkmenistan attaches great importance to developing equal and mutually beneficial relations with the countries of the world both bilaterally and within the framework of prestigious international organizations such as the United Nations. Today, developing the established political diplomatic relations between our countries under modern conditions is among the main tasks. Strengthening cooperation in trade, economic, and cultural humanitarian spheres will be beneficial for both sides. Dear friends, dear colleagues, we believe that this 152nd Assembly of the IPU will be starting point for new solutions and friendly relations that will turn the hopes of future generations into reality. Our joint efforts should serve the triumph of sustainable peace and justice in the world. Today, the only way to maintain peace and stability in the world is to adhere to the norms of international law. In this regard, Turkmenistan proposed the initiative to declare 2028 as the year of international law. The main goals of this initiative were to strengthen the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter, to restore mutual trust and respect in interstate relations, to bequeath to future generations a normally functioning, just world protected by international law. We call upon the member states of the IPU and esteemed parliamentarians to support this initiative of Turkmenistan, because only through the triumph of international law can we ensure sustainable peace in the world. We believe that the joint work of the IPU and the United Nations should be taken to a new level. This cooperation should not only be limited to finding positive solutions to global problems, but should also ensure the strict observance of international law norms worldwide and become a stable mechanism for justice in interstate relations. May the Istanbul Assembly serve the friendship of the peoples of the world, peace and the high dignity of international law. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Turkmenistan. I will now call upon Austria. Austria, followed by Peru. Austria, you have the floor.
Honorable President, honorable speakers, colleagues, allow me to begin by expressing my gratitude to our esteemed Turkish hosts for organizing this assembly at a critical time of global challenges. We gather here today in Istanbul, a city that built bridges for centuries, uniting continents and cultures. As a host to major international organizations, Austria is honored to engage in this general debate under the theme Nurturing Hope, Securing Peace, and Ensuring Justice for Future Generations, reaffirming our dedication to diplomacy, dialogue, and global peace. I was somewhat astonished to hear Austria was mentioned in the speech from President Kurtulus yesterday in a negative context, referencing former politician Jörg Haider. Isn't it that exactly why we are here? To promote open dialogue instead of deepening divisions through political hostility or one-sided narratives. If this forum stands for anything, it should be the willingness to engage respectfully, even where views differ, and to confront complex histories with nuance, not reduction. This goal of diplomacy, dialogue, and global peace is not abstract. It is a current political mandate for parliamentarians to take responsibility and strengthen democracy, trust, and most importantly, laying the foundation for future generations. Hope is nurtured while people feel their concerns are heard and represented. It arises from security, economic stability, and trust that political decisions serve the public interest. Hope grows where states take responsibility for their citizens, their culture, and their future. This, ladies and gentlemen, begins at home in our parliaments. Peace is not created by ceasefires alone. This is only where it begins. In many conflicts, including the Middle East, the situation remains tense. Peace must be actively secured. Sovereign and strong nations are the basis of stable international relations. With this in mind, we must ask ourselves, how do we build a basis for political dialogue instead of aggression? Peace and stability lead to global economic stability. It requires fair rules, counter protectionism, lower trade barriers, limit tax avoidance by multinational corporations, and controlled migration policies. Economic cooperation must remain balanced and respect national sovereignty. Peacekeeping also requires the cooperation through stable and effective multilateral institutions. The ongoing debate on reforms for the United Nations and other global bodies reflects this necessity. The Austrian Parliament has become a center for education in democracy, supporting young people in understanding and exercising their rights in parliamentary democracy and to actively engage in society and politics. Furthermore, the Austrian government maintains a strong commitment to citizens' initiatives and referendum petitions. We also uphold free and secure elections for all our citizens. Another pillar of our constitution is neutrality, which strengthens our position as a small but stable and secure state. The Austrian Parliamentary Association provides a platform for members of parliament from all parliamentary parties to come together and establish a solid foundation for dialogue and constructive exchange. Furthermore, Austria, as a host and foundation for many international organizations, stands as a symbol of dialogue and the pursuit for peace and hope. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians are more than lawmakers. They build bridges connecting people across generations, regions, and political ideologies. Despite all obstacles, differences, and challenges, dialogue is the only tool that unites us. If we fail to sustain it, conflict and war will follow. To nurture hope, secure peace, and ensure justice for future generations, we must remain firmly grounded in responsibility, rational judgment, and strong democratic institutions. Only then we can build a future that is not only aspirational, but truly sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Austria. I'll now call upon Peru, followed by Italy. Peru, you have the floor.
Sí, buenas tardes, señor presidente, colegas. Es un honor participar en esta 152 Asamblea de la Unión Interparlamentaria bajo un tema que interesa profundamente a nuestra misión y a nuestra responsabilidad como representantes de nuestros pueblos: fomentar la esperanza, consolidar la paz y asegurar la justicia para las generaciones futuras. En el Perú, el último domingo 12 de abril, hemos vivido un nuevo proceso democrático. Se realizaron elecciones generales en las que el pueblo peruano ha elegido un nuevo parlamento bicameral, que entrará en funciones el próximo 26 de julio por un periodo de 5 años. Este hecho marca un hito importante en nuestra historia institucional. El retorno a la bicameralidad, después de haber tenido 3 décadas de Congreso unicameral, responde a una convicción: construir leyes más reflexivas, fortalecer el equilibrio de poderes y proyectar políticas públicas con visión de futuro. Es una decisión que busca trascender la coyuntura y apostar por instituciones más sólidas. Sin embargo, los desafíos del Perú van más allá. Si bien seguimos comprometidos con superar la pobreza y reducir la desigualdad, también enfrentamos un reto fundamental: la defensa de la institucionalidad democrática. Nuestro país atravesó momentos críticos recientes. Fuimos testigos de la decisión de romper el orden constitucional cuando el entonces presidente Pedro Castillo anunció el 7 de diciembre del 2022 el cierre del Congreso, pretendiendo instaurar una dictadura. Gracias a la firmeza de las instituciones, del Congreso de la República y la ciudadanía, el Perú logró evitar que se ejecute el golpe de Estado. Hoy ese intento fallido reafirma una lección clara. La democracia debe ser defendida con decisión, incluso en sus momentos más difíciles. Tuve el honor de presidir el Congreso del Perú en el primer año del periodo parlamentario 2021-2026, una etapa particularmente compleja. Desde esa responsabilidad trabajamos para sostener el orden democrático y garantizar la continuidad institucional. Por ello quiero expresar mi especial agradecimiento a la comunidad internacional y en particular a la Unión Interparlamentaria, especialmente al Grupo Geopolítico de América Latina y el Caribe, GRULAC, al Parlatino y Eurolat, por su respaldo en momentos en que la institucionalidad de mi país estuvo en riesgo. La diplomacia parlamentaria ha demostrado ser un instrumento valioso no solo para el diálogo, sino también para la defensa de los valores democráticos. Otro de los desafíos más relevantes que enfrentan hoy nuestras democracias es el impacto de las nuevas tecnologías, en particular de la inteligencia artificial. Si bien esta herramienta ofrece enormes oportunidades para mejorar, también plantea riesgos significativos para los derechos fundamentales, como la privacidad, la libertad de expresión y la no discriminación. En el Perú hemos avanzado en esta línea con la aprobación de la Ley 31814, que promueve el uso de la inteligencia artificial en favor del desarrollo económico y social, así como con diversas iniciativas legislativas orientadas a regular su uso y prevenir su utilización con fines delictivos. Asimismo, es fundamental fortalecer la participación de las nuevas generaciones en la vida parlamentaria. En ese sentido, el Perú impulsó el año pasado la realización del Foro de Jóvenes Parlamentarios de la UIP, siendo sede de este importante espacio de diálogo. Hoy, cuando diversas regiones del mundo sufren conflictos armados, cuando el crimen organizado transnacional amenaza la paz y la seguridad, y cuando persisten desafíos sociales, económicos y ambientales que afectan a millones de personas, debemos reafirmar el valor de la cooperación y del diálogo entre naciones. Frente a estas amenazas, nuestra respuesta debe ser más democracia, instituciones más sólidas y un compromiso firme con la dignidad humana. Pensando en nuestros jóvenes y en las futuras generaciones, renovemos la responsabilidad de fomentar la esperanza, consolidar la paz y asegurar la justicia para un mundo más seguro, más humano y más unido. Muchas gracias.
I'll now call upon Italy. Thank you, Peru. Italy. Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. Honorable colleagues, 8 years after the creation of the United Nations, we are called upon to think about our mission and how topical it still is, to save future generations from the scourge of war, to promote human rights, and to build an international order based on justice and cooperation. Today, the global scenario is marked by profound and complex challenges. Armed conflicts are on the rise, inequalities are growing, and trust in democratic institutions is falling. Concurrently, phenomena such as climate change, forced migration, and the fast-paced evolution of new technology, particularly artificial intelligence, are radically transforming our societies, often unpredictably. The ongoing war in Ukraine has posed a challenge to the European order that was set up after 1991, sparking once again debates on collective security, NATO's role, and energy routes. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, despite the agreed-upon peace plan, is still an open wound, given that Netanyahu's government is doing all it can to thwart all efforts supporting a peaceful coexistence. But it's clear to everyone that there can be no peace in the region until the two-people, two-state solution is implemented with the creation of a Palestinian state. The US-Israel joint attack on Iran and the neighboring countries has further stepped up the regional clash and constantly risks triggering an escalation. The agreement for a truce was an initial encouraging sign of the de-escalation, but the subsequent stalemate in the peace negotiation has highlighted how uncertain the situation remains. The war has shattered all balances, and it will remain fragile if the ceasefire is not implemented across the entire area, in particular in Lebanon. And there are many other conflicts hotspots in the world which do not make the newspaper headlines. Many of these conflicts risk spreading beyond their geographical boundaries, becoming regional conflicts embedded in geopolitical scenario that is already very unstable, seeping into the open contradiction of our societies. Unfortunately, some now think that the logic of force may prevail over respect for international law. That would mark the end of the world we had dreamt of, as well as a dangerous regression for mankind. The new geopolitical tension and the great powers' tendency to make strategic decisions hastily and often unilaterally have paved the way for the new actors and new cooperation models, often regional models such as the BRICS or the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, for solving issues of common interest, bypassing multilateral fora, whose regulatory function is usually perceived as bothersome. But if truth be told, tools such as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development can crucially guide our policies towards a more fair and more sustainable future, just as the contribution of the International Court of Justice is paramount for ensuring compliance with the rules. Choosing multilateralism when it comes to relations between states is not an option, it's a necessity. Today, the multilateral system struggles to adequately rise to new challenges, and some rules should be reassessed. But the ineffectiveness we are currently witnessing as a number of fronts cannot be an alibi for dismissing it as redundant. Indeed, its future will depend on the international institutional ability to adapt to an ever more multipolarized world. Today, a new approach is needed to guarantee peace. Preventing armed conflicts no longer suffice. It's necessary to address the root causes, such as poverty, inequalities, injustice, and environmental degradation. Finally, clearly, this is an effort we cannot ignore, for it directly involves our responsibility towards the younger generation, who cannot be handed a hatred-ravaged world. The path we must walk is neither easy nor short, but is the only reasonable one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Italy. We'll now have the European Parliament before the two rights of replies. European Parliament, you have the floor.
Dear friends, it is an honor to speak on behalf of the European Parliament and its President, Roberta Metsola, but to speak on behalf of the people of Europe, of the European Union. We are members of parliament, and we represent people who want to live in peace, because where there's no peace, there's no development, no environment, no international relations. We heard Georgina yesterday. Wasn't she cute? Wasn't she inspiring? And she said it very clearly. Already today on the Kilimanjaro, there's no more snow. Tomorrow, all the glaciers will be gone. So we are talking about a future that is already today. We don't talk about something abstract in the past. Now, many may see Europe as a place of privilege. And I would like to remind you something from earlier this year. For sure, it is a place of privilege. But many others see us as being too focused on rights, on freedoms, on the rule of law. However, I want to remind you something. We are more than anything a project of peace. We are not only a theory, we are the living proof that peace can be achieved when people cooperate. However, the world is not getting a better place. Over the past few months, instead of reducing the number of conflicts, we see every day more conflicts, more wars. And I have the impression that the room starts to feel like war is the new reality and that we just have to deal with it. And I think as parliamentarians, we don't have a right to fall victim to this thinking. Because as parliamentarians, we have three roles. We have a role in hope, a role in peace, and a role in justice. We have a role in hope. People are already anxious, they're stressed, they're fearful about tomorrow. We as parliamentarians, we shouldn't just channel that fear and say, yes, you are right. We should inspire. Our role as politicians is to go ahead of the flock and to show the way, to show the people the way that there can be another solution, that war is always the last solution. So I urge every parliamentarian in the room to not just be a follower, but to be a leader. The people who elected you to follow you, to show the way. So keep the people's hopes alive, because hope is the most important thing we have. And because in the end, hope and love are always more powerful than fear and hatred. Another point I want to make is about peace. In Europe, we have experienced the devastation of 2 world wars in which we lost tens of millions of people. We have experienced neighbor against neighbor, family against family. We were Rwanda before Rwanda, and we learned from it that this can never happen again, and that if you put cooperation, if you put economic interests together, this will not happen again. But we have an obligation to actually do it and not just talk about it. Thirdly, on justice. Justice means more. Justice means not just the provision of your rightful answer. Justice means when women occupy their rightful place in society, when girls have a chance to study, when girls have a chance to go all the way to the top. Justice means when one continent doesn't feel the inferior of another, or one the superior of another. And justice means that we are all together in this fight. I urge you, parliamentarians of the world, not to give way to desperation, not to give way to fear, but to lead the world in hope, in justice, and in unity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, European Parliament. I'm in receipt of 2 requests for right of reply. I will start with the United Arab Emirates. And for the right of reply, I must emphasize, colleagues, you have only 2 minutes. 2 minutes for your right of reply. UAE, you have the floor.
شكرا معالي الرئيس. السيدات والسادة، إذا أردنا تشخيص دقيق وعميق لما نعيشه في منطقتنا الآن ومنذ قيام الثورة الإيرانية، علينا الوقوف على الفلسفة التي قام عليها الدستور الإيراني، الذي بني على فلسفة دستورية وسياسية تشكلت وحملت في جوفها تصوراً يتجاوز الحدود. لذلك فإن ما نطرحه هنا الآن لا يتعلق بسجال عابر ولا برد على عبارة أو موقف آني، بل يتصل بجوهر المشكلة كما تأسست منذ البداية. نحن فقط بحاجة إلى العودة إلى الدستور الذي تتحدث مقدمته عن امتداد الثورة خارج الحدود، ثم المادة 154 لتمنح بعداً أساسياً معلناً، وتأتي المادة 11 لتفتح له آفاقاً عابرة للدول، فيما تجعل المادة 150 من حراسة الثورة ومكاسبها وظيفة مؤسسية دائمة. وحين نقرأ هذه النصوص في مجموعها فإنها تكشف عن مشروع أيديولوجي يرى لنفسه الحق في رسالة ودور يتجاوز حدوده. وهنا موضع الإشكال الحقيقي، إن هذا التصور في بنيته العميقة لا ينسجم مع روح النظام الدولي المعاصر، هذا النظام الذي قام بعد حروب ومآس كبرى على احترام سيادة الدول وعلى المساواة القانونية بينها وعلى صون استقرارها الوطني. لذلك فإن جوهر الاعتراض ليس في خطاب يقال هنا أو هناك، بل في التناقض بين منطلق الدولة ومنطق الثورة العابرة للحدود. ما نحتاجه في منطقتنا هو احترام الدولة الوطنية واحترام سيادتها واحترام حق شعوبها بما فيها الشعب الإيراني العريق في أن تبني مستقبلها داخل مؤسساتها الشرعية، بعيداً عن أي فلسفة تجعل الجوار ساحة مفتوحة لاعتداءاتها وتصوراتها وتدخلاتها. رئيس، أريد أن أختم مداخلتي وأذكركم وأذكر الحضور بالبنت الإيرانية مهسا أميني. ماذا عملت هذه البنت؟ فقط لأنها أرادت أن تتخلص من الحجاب، ولكن تم اعتقالها وتعذيبها حتى توفت في السجون بتاريخ 16/9/2022. كان ذنبها فقط أنها رفضت أن تلتزم بقرار إلزامية الحجاب. ماذا حدث بعد ذلك؟ تم التساهل في تطبيق هذا القرار. ولكني أتساءل، وسؤالي إلى ممثل إيران، إذا كنتم ترون أن قرار إلزامية الحجاب لماذا لم تلتزم به بنات القادة والمسؤولين الإيرانيين الذين يعيشون في أمريكا وبقية بلدان العالم؟ شكراً سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, United Arab Emirates. We'll take the last one, Iran. Your right of reply, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes for right of reply, Iran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. جای تأسف و شرمساری برای نمایندگی مدعی حقوق بشر پارلمان نروژ است که در حالی که کشور و مردم عزیز کشور عزیز من ایران بر اثر تجاوز وحشیانه و دو رژیم صفاک و کودککش آمریکا و اسرائیل تحت شدیدترین حملات به مناطق آنها مرکز علمی و زیرساخت‌های غیر نظامی قرار گرفتند و در نتیجه آن بیش از 4000 نفر از مردم بیگناه را و صدها زن و کودک بیگناه را به شهادت رسانده‌اند، به طرح ادعای اثبات نشده حقوق بشر، آن هم با ادعای دروغین حمایت از مردم ایران میپردازد و ایزن به نماینده امارات نیز همین را میگویم. انتظار داشتیم از کشته شدن 168 کودک معصوم و بیگناه در میناب سخن میگفتید. توقع داشتیم از جنایت اسرائیل در غزه سخن میگفتیم. توقع داشتیم نقض گسترده حقوق بین الملل که اساس نظم جهانی را هدف قرار داده است سخن میگفتید. اگر اینان مدعی واقعی، چرا چنین جنگی و جنایاتی را علیه بشریت توسط این رژیم بر علیه ملت ایران و حتی دیگر ملت‌های عربی محکوم نمی‌کنند؟ چرا ترور مقامات بلندپایه سیاسی و مردم بیگناه ایران به وسیله رژیم تروریست دولتی اسرائیل را محکوم نمی‌کنند؟ به شما توصیه می‌کنم در حساس ترین مقطع تاریخ جهان و منطقه با شجاعت و با شرافت در سمت درست تاریخ بیستید، وگرنه تاریخ و وجدانهای بیدار مردم جهان شما را ملامت خواهد کرد. امیدوار هستم که کشور امارات هم در حفظ سرزمین خود برای صلح و بستن سرزمین خود به عنوان پایگاهی برای گشودن آتش به روی مردم خاتمه دهد.
Please conclude, Iran. Thank you.
It's concluded.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your utmost cooperation. I now leave you in the able hands of the President of the Assembly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Before we move to the second item on the emergency item, I would like to make a brief statement on the tragic school shooting that took place on Wednesday. The Inter-Parliamentary Union is deeply saddened by the tragic school shooting at a secondary school in Kahramanmaraş, where a 14-year-old student killed 8 students and 1 teacher. 13 others were injured. This is the second such incident this week. We would like to express our deepest sympathy with the victims' families, the communities that they are impacted, and the Turkish people during this time of grief for the country. Colleagues, we will now observe a minute of silence for the victims of this tragedy, and I'm going to ask that we all rise to observe that minute of silence. May the souls of those departed rest in eternal peace. And may those who are affected by this also get the solace that God can grant them. Thanks. Colleagues, our President of the Assembly had joined us on the podium to observe this 1 minute of silence to pay homage to the people who have departed, our children, and we thank you so much. Now we will continue with the program. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues, I would like to ask you that you allow me to draw your attention to the fact that 3 requests for the inclusion of an emergency item were received by the Assembly Secretariat. These requests are to be found in as part of your documents, and it is document capital A/152/2 -information, then you have full stop 1-rev.6. That's the number of the document which has already been circulated to you. And these are reading as follows. So we have the first item, which is presented by Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates. And it is talking about the item proposed reads, condemnation of the attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the Gulf Cooperation Council states and Jordan. And here we have okay, the second item is presented by Qatar, Australia, Türkiye, France, Brazil, Zambia, Poland, Portugal, and Italy, with the support of the Arab group, the group of Latin America and the Caribbean, and the African group. And here we have 2 people who are going to read this, but the item proposed reads as follows. The urgent need for concerted parliamentary effort to preserve ceasefires and support peace building in the Middle East and other regions. The third item is presented by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it reads, condemnation of military aggression and acts of terrorism against the Islamic Republic of Iran by the United States of America and Israel, including those involving the use of foreign military bases in the Persian Gulf countries. Colleagues, these are the 3 items that we have received. Okay, the procedure that we have colleagues, after I have read to you the items, but also the countries that are proposing these items, I'm going to ask all of us to watch the video that is going to show us the procedure to be followed, and then I will give the floor to the Secretary General to clarify some issues. I hope the video is ready to be shown.
Voting Guide for Emergency Items During an Assembly. Who can vote? To exercise their voting rights, Member Parliament delegations should not be in arrears of more than 2 years, should be registered on the list of participants, and physically in attendance at the time of the vote. Votes are held by roll call, and MPs must be present in the room at the time of the vote. Absence voids their ability to vote. Voting is based on a weighted system. Each IPU member parliament has a minimum of 10 votes. The basic 10-vote entitlement shall be reduced to 8 votes if a delegation is composed exclusively of parliamentarians of the same sex for 2 consecutive sessions. Delegations are entitled to additional votes based on the population of their country as shown in the following table. The number of votes allowed per delegation depends on the number of MPs present in the room at the time of the vote. 1 MP may cast a maximum of 10 votes, 2 MPs may cast a maximum of 20 votes, and 3 MPs are required to cast 21 votes or more. A delegation may split its vote entitlement to express the diverse views of its members. If a member parliament has 15 votes for an emergency item proposal, it may, for example, vote 6 in favour, 5 against, and 4 abstentions. In another emergency item proposal, it may choose to vote 10 votes in favour and 5 against. Please be reminded that for each proposal, members must use the full number of votes to which they are entitled. Delegations are requested to remain silent during the vote. For more information about the voting process, please scan the QR codes or visit the links presented here.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I have consulted the Secretary General here, and he says the procedure that has just been shown to us is self-explanatory, so he will not be adding a word to that. Now, as you're all aware, our rules allow only for 1 emergency item to be added to the agenda. The Assembly will therefore consider each of the requests which I've just read to you and vote on each one. In order to be taken into consideration, a request must receive a 2/3 majority of the votes. Now, colleagues, before giving the floor to one delegate who is going to represent each one of these requests that I've just read to you, I'm going to remind you, colleagues, about the use of abusive language in IPU meetings. If you could please all pay attention so that we don't have to cut people short or even ask that your contribution will be out of the records of the IPU Assembly. The right to freedom of opinion and expression is a fundamental right that contributes to the observance of all other rights and is a critical foundation of democracy. However, the exercise of this right should not violate any of the rights and freedoms of others, including the right to equality and non-discrimination. Should disturbances threaten to obstruct the businesses of this meeting, as a presiding officer, I shall have to close or suspend the sitting for a specific period to restore order. If, as presiding officer, I cannot make myself heard, I'll have to leave the chair. So if you see me leaving the chair, it means it is intended to restore order. This shall have the effect of suspending the sitting. In serious cases of disorder or use of expressions that clearly incite the hatred during this meeting, the presiding officer shall suspend the sitting. The presiding officer may order the deletion from the record of those parts of a speech that contain defamatory, intolerant, racist, or xenophobic language of those expressions that clearly incite to hatred. I thank you for your attention. And that said, I'm going now to go back to give now the floor to each of these delegates who have presented these requests. So once that is done, then I will also ask if from the floor, if there is any delegate who would like to speak against a particular motion. And this one, as we agreed yesterday, will have to be concise. So we will begin first with the proposer, then the person who is opposing that. And once that is done, we will then go to a vote. That said, we will begin with the author of the item proposed by Bahrain and United Arab Emirates, and we will be hearing from the Speaker of Bahrain, Mr. Ahmed bin Salman Al Salam, who is the Speaker of the Council of Representatives of Bahrain. So each of the speakers taking the floor will have 3 minutes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام. البند الطارئ المقدم من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة والبحرين يتماشى مع النقاش الدائر حالياً في مؤتمرنا هذا، وهو قائم على ظرف طارئ وما زال قائماً وأثر بشكل كبير على جميع الموجودين من برلمانيين والشعوب التي يمثلونها، بما فيها آثار إغلاق مضيق هرمز وتبعاتها على الطاقة والأمن الغذائي والدواء وكافة سلاسل الإمداد والتضخم والأسمدة واليوريا والفوسفات التي تضر بمواسم زراعية لسنة كاملة، وأثرها الخطير على حياة الشعوب التي نمثلها وتمثلونها. ويتسق هذا البند الطارئ الذي تقدمنا به مع ما جاء في قرار مجلس الأمن التابع للأمم المتحدة رقم 2817، وقد حظي بموافقة 136 دولة، وقرار مجلس حقوق الإنسان التابع للأمم المتحدة رقم 38، وقد حظي بموافقة 115 دولة، والصادرين في مارس 2026. وأخيراً، لاحظتم جميعاً سلوك ممثل النظام الإيراني الخطير والغير مقبول عندما قام بتهديدنا أمامكم وتهديد بعض البرلمانات المشاركة بأعمال عسكرية مدمرة، وهذا ما نتكلم عنه وما نتعرض له باستمرار. لذلك نأمل منكم دعم البند الطارئ المقدم من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة ومملكة البحرين لما يمثله من دعم وتعزيز للشرعية الدولية واحترام للقانون الدولي والإنساني ووفق القرارات الأممية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Colleagues, I'm looking around if there is any delegation. I'm looking around to see if there is any delegation that would like to oppose. Do we see any? No. No. Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, we now move to the second item, which is presented by Qatar, Australia, and other countries. So we now go to the item presented by Qatar and other countries, and I am made to understand it is Mr. Hassan Al Ghanim, Speaker of the Shura Council of Qatar, who will be addressing us for 3 minutes. Oh, okay. I'm informed that Mr. Milton Dick, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Australia, will be presenting the item. Mr. Milton Dick, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This emergency item, jointly initiated by the State of Qatar, Australia, Türkiye, France, Brazil, Zambia, Poland, Portugal, Italy, and broadly supported by the Arab Group, the Group of Latin America and Caribbean and the African Group, comes at a critical and delicate international moment. Armed conflicts are accelerating and their humanitarian consequences have reached unbearable levels. Suffering is no longer a matter of statistics. It has become a daily reality endured by civilians, with families, women and children paying the price in their security, stability and future. This threatens international peace and security and undermines prospects for stability across regions of the world. Australia has always played a strategic role within the IPU, and this year we celebrate 70 years of participation. Australia will always bring people together. As someone who proudly lives in the Pacific, our way is always to listen, respect, find common ground and bring people together in parliamentary dialogue. More than ever, we are committed to the foundational values of the IPU, and more than ever, the democratic principles that undermine the IPU must be respected. Australia encourages respectful parliamentary dialogue to assist the process of peace in the Middle East and across the world. Today, I am pledging my support for peace, and I ask you to join me now.
وفي ظل اتساع النزاعات في العالم وبالأخص الوضع الطارئ في الشرق الأوسط لم يعد كافياً الاكتفاء بالمواقف، بل بات من الضروري الارتقاء بالدور البرلماني إلى مستوى المسؤولية الأخلاقية والإنسانية إلى جانب مسؤولياته السياسية من خلال التنسيق الفاعل وتوحيد الجهود وتفعيل أدوات الدبلوماسية البرلمانية بما يسهم في وقف نزيف الصراعات ودعم مسارات إحلال السلام. وقد جاء هذا المقترح الجامع ليعكس توافقاً دولياً عابراً للمجموعات الجيوسياسية وإدراكاً مشتركاً لخطورة المرحلة وضرورة التحرك البرلماني العاجل والمنسق للتعامل مع التداعيات النزاعات وتحدياتها المتشابكة، حيث يدعو بوضوح إلى دعم اتفاقات وقف إطلاق النار والحفاظ عليها من الانهيار صوناً لأرواح الأبرياء، الدفع نحو استئناف المفاوضات السياسية بشكل عاجل وجاد بما يفتح نافذة أمل حقيقية للحلول السلمية، ضمان حماية المدنيين واستمرار سلاسل الإمداد وأمن الملاحة وضمان توفير الطاقة وتأمين وصول المساعدات الإنسانية دون عوائق تخفيفاً لمعاناة المتضررين. بعدها ذلك تعزيز الامتثال للقانون الدولي. إن إدراج هذا البند واعتماده يمثل خطوة عملية نحو تعزيز حضور البرلمانات في دعم جهود خفض التصعيد والدفع باتجاه وقف إطلاق النار وضمان حماية المدنيين وصون الأعيان المدنية والبنية التحتية الحيوية التي تمثل شريان الحياة للمجتمعات وتيسير وصول المساعدات الإنسانية دون عوائق. ندعوكم إلى دعم هذا البند والتأكيد على أن البرلمانات تقف بحزم في مواجهة التصعيد ونتمسك بخيار السلام. صوتوا للسلام، فالإنسانية لم تعد تحتمل المزيد من المعاناة والألم. شكراً.
Colleagues, do we have any delegation that would like to oppose? I don't see any. So we go to the third item, which will be presented by Mr. Manucher Motaki, who is the head of delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. After a long day of working, thank you very much for your being patient to hear us. The two emergency items were explained here. Iran's emergency item, which is proposed and distributed, you are fully aware. The only thing which we are asking is condemnation of aggression. 2 wars in last 10 months imposed against Iran. Condemnation of such crime action is not too high. But we have to move through the realities. I would like to thank our Turkish brothers and sisters for their effort, not only for this very important meeting, but also substantially entering to this issue also, with so many other countries which their representatives from Qatar and other came here and explained. Just for making consensus, for showing our cooperation, and the approach of Iranian nation. Madam President, I would like to announce that we join to our friends from Turkey, Qatar, and tens of the other countries in their emergency resolution. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Colleagues, I'm going to take a few seconds so that he reaches his seat, and then I need to hear from him because he had already left. Okay, colleagues, he's now close to his seat. So, Iran, Mr. Motaki? Mr. Motaki? Okay. Be patient, please, members. Sorry, we need to hear just a word from him. Mr. Motaki, so the Assembly takes it that you wish to withdraw.
You are 100% correct.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Colleagues, then that means we have 2 items. So we are now, okay, colleagues, we have 2 items, and I didn't ask you if there's anybody opposing because the item has already been withdrawn. Okay, so before holding the okay, according to the Assembly Rule 12, this is... Okay. Colleagues, so now we go to the Secretary General so that he can explain briefly how we are going to do the voting. But now we have 2 items instead of 3. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I think earlier on you saw the video that was explaining the emergency item process. Now I want to I would like to ascertain that we all are on the same page when it comes to what is going to unfold now. That is voting between two items that are before you, and that process is governed. There's always this. That process is governed by Article 16.1 of the statutes, which states that the Assembly shall vote by roll call, except when the decision before the Assembly meets with no opposition. The number of votes allocated to each delegation is to be found in document A/152/inf.2. The number of votes indicated corresponds to the number of delegates announced. Delegations in arrears of more than 2 years of contributions are not entitled to vote under the provisions of Article 5.2 of the statutes and thus do not appear on the list. Article 15.1 of the statutes stipulates that only delegates physically present in the plenary at the moment of the vote can take part in the vote. Article 15.3 of the statutes further provides that no single delegate may cast or may record more than 10 votes. Therefore, delegations entitled to between 11 and 20 votes must ensure the presence of at least 2 parliamentarians, and those entitled to more than 21 votes must ensure the presence of at least 3 parliamentarians to cast their full entitlement of votes. To ensure that a diversity of views can be expressed through the vote, the statutes envisage the possibility of splitting the votes cast by a delegation on any given subject. If a delegation is entitled to a total of 15 votes, for instance, it can register 5 votes in favor, 5 against, and 5 abstentions, or 10 in favor, 5 against. Vote splitting is not mandatory. The delegation may decide to cast all 15 of its votes for or against the proposal. Please cast the total number of votes that you're entitled to on each of the 2 proposals that are before you, one by one. We kindly ask each delegation to designate 1 member of parliament to cast its votes on behalf of the delegation. All delegations are requested to speak clearly into their microphones to ensure that votes are accurately recorded. So, as Madam President has just said, we have 2 competing proposals for the emergency item before this Assembly today. Instead of proceeding with a separate roll call vote for each of the items, it is our practice to combine all votes in one round. So my colleague, who you see is standing there, Nora Babic, is now going to conduct the roll call vote. She will do so in alphabetical order, and as I have just said, when a delegation is called upon to vote, they will be voting on each of the 2 items together. So please take note of that, and we would be very pleased if, Madam President, you could ask your colleagues to remain quiet and listen carefully to follow the voting procedure on this very important matter. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I take it we are clear with the procedure that has just been shared with us. And since this process is going to take some time, I'm going to ask you to be patient, but also to try and lower your voices so that when countries are called upon, they are able to hear. But at the same time, the Secretariat should be able to record the correct votes the way they are voted. And we can only do that if you please lower your voices as you're discussing some very important issues. So Now I would like to give Nora a chance to start now the roll call. I believe everybody is ready for counting as well. So Nora, please start.
Thank you, Madam President. I understand we are ready to start the vote. The two proposals have been explained. They have clear titles. However, to make the process easier, when I call upon you to cast your votes, I will refer to the country names for each proposal. Therefore, I will refer to Bahrain and Qatar for each respective proposal. Every country will be using its full allocation of votes for each proposal. My colleagues here at the top table will be carefully recording the vote. Again, we would kindly ask that you speak clearly into the microphone, indicating the number of votes for, against, and abstention. In order to conduct the vote in a smooth and timely manner, it would be very helpful for us if there was silence in the room. If you agree, we will start with the first delegation seated here in the room, the delegation from South Africa. South Africa, you have 18 votes. On proposal, Bahrain, please.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, we vote in favor of the Qatar
Let's start
motion.
South Africa, let's start with Bahrain first. Your votes for Bahrain,
We
please.
vote in favor of the Qatar motion.
No.
18 in favor and 18 against.
18 in favor of Qatar, 18
against Bahrain.
Okay, thank you very much. South Sudan, you have 13 votes. Proposal on Bahrain, please.
Yes. For South Sudan, we vote in favor for Qatar, 13 votes.
Thank you.
And 13 against for Bahrain.
Thank you. Thank you, South Sudan. Spain, you have 16 votes. Proposals for Bahrain.
Spain gives 16 votes against that proposal.
And your proposal for Qatar?
Spain gives 16 votes in favor of that proposal.
Thank you very much, Spain. Suriname, you have 10 votes. Your votes for Bahrain?
For Bahrain, 10 abstain.
And for Qatar?
For Qatar, 10 in favor.
Thank you very much. Sweden, you have 13 votes. Proposal for Bahrain, on Bahrain.
Bahrain, 14 abstain. Qatar, 14
Sweden, you have 13 votes.
14 votes for Qatar. 13, yes, 13 votes in favor of Qatar.
And for Bahrain, 13 votes?
13 votes abstain.
Thank you very much. Switzerland, you have 12 votes.
Switzerland, 12 votes against Bahrain.
Thank you.
Switzerland, 12 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Tajikistan, not in the room. Thailand. Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste, you have 11 votes.
Thank you very much. Timor-Leste, our vote for Bahrain, 11 abstain, and for Qatar, item number 2, 11 votes in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Togo, no, Tunisia, you have 13 votes. Your votes for the proposal on Bahrain.
شكرا. 13 صوت محتفظين بالنسبة للبند البحرين وبالنسبة و13 صوت معاه بالنسبة للبند القطر.
Thank you very much. Türkiye, you have 19 votes. Your votes
19 votes against Bahrain, 19 votes in favor with Qatar.
Thank you, Türkiye.
Who was the one before?
Türkiye, we have got your votes. Thank you. Turkmenistan, Uganda, Ukraine. You have 15 votes, Ukraine.
15 votes in favor of Bahrain, 15 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Ukraine. United Arab Emirates, you have 13 votes. Just wait a moment, United Arab Emirates, one moment. Okay. United Arab Emirates, 13 votes, please.
13 votes with Bahrain.
And your proposal on Qatar?
13 votes with.
Thank
In
you.
favor.
Thank you. United Kingdom, you have 18 votes.
Thank you. 18 votes in favor of Bahrain.
Thank you. And for Qatar?
18 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you. United Republic of Tanzania, you have 18 votes.
Thank you. For item number 1, we abstain, and for item number 2, we vote all 18 votes.
So for the proposal from Bahrain, you vote how many votes?
Abstain.
Abstain. And for the vote, the proposal from Qatar?
18 votes. 18 votes.
In favor.
In favor of.
Thank you. Thank you. Uruguay, you have 11 votes. Your votes for the proposal of Bahrain, please.
Sí, vamos a votar 10 abstenciones y un voto a favor para la propuesta de Bahrein.
Thank you. And the proposal on Qatar?
Vamos a votar 11 votos a favor.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, you have 15 votes. Absent. Vietnam, you have 20 votes. Your votes from the proposal of Bahrain, please.
For item 1, 20 votes abstention.
And your votes on the proposal of Qatar.
For item 2, 20 votes in favor.
Thank you. Pierre. Thank you, Vietnam. Yemen, you have 13 votes.
13 صوتا مع مقترح قطر و13 صوت ممتنع عن حق من طارق المقدم البحرين.
Thank you, Yemen. Zambia, you have 14 votes.
14 votes against Bahrain, 14 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Zambia. Zimbabwe, you have 13 votes.
13 votes against Bahrain, 13 votes for Qatar.
Thank you. Albania, absent. Algeria, you have 16 votes.
16 صوتا ضد المقترح الأول للبحرين
و16 صوت مع مقترح قطر.
Thank you, Algeria. Angola, you have 15 votes.
15 against Bahrain and 15 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Angola. Armenia, you have 11 votes.
11 abstention Bahrain, 11 in favor Qatar.
Thank you, Armenia. Australia, you have 14 votes.
14 abstained Bahrain, 14 for Qatar.
Thank you. Austria, you have 12 votes.
Thank you very much. Austria votes 12 votes abstain for the first for Bahrain and 12 votes for Qatar in favor.
Thank you very much. Azerbaijan, you have 13 votes.
Thank you very much. 13 votes abstention for Bahrain, 13 votes in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Bahrain, you have 11 votes.
11 votes in favor of Bahrain, 11 votes abstention for Qatar.
Thank you. Bangladesh, you have 21 votes. Bangladesh, absent. Belarus, you have 10 absent. Belgium, you have 13 votes.
Hello, for Bahrain, 7 votes against and 6 votes abstention. For the Qatar proposal, 13 votes in favor. Thank you.
Pierre? Thank you, Belgium. Bhutan, you have 10 votes.
Hello. 2 votes in favor of Bahrain, 8 votes in favor of Qatar.
You have 10 votes for each proposal. Okay, my colleagues will explain to you and we will come back to you in a moment. So we will move on to Bosnia and Herzegovina. You have 9 votes. Bosnia and Herzegovina is absent. Botswana, you have 11 votes.
For Bahrain motion, Botswana abstains. And for Qatar motion, 11 in favor.
Thank you very much. Brazil, you have 20 votes. Your votes on the proposal of Bahrain.
Thank you very much. 20 votes abstention Bahrain, 20 votes a favor Qatar.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Brunei Darussalam, you have 10 votes.
Thank you. 10 votes in favor of Qatar, 10 votes abstain on Bahrain.
Thank you, Brunei Darussalam. Burkina Faso, you have 14 votes.
14 vote in favor of Qatar and all the 14 vote against Bahrain.
Thank you very much. Burundi, you have 10 votes. Burundi is absent. Cameroon, you have 14 votes.
14 votes in favor of Qatar, 14 votes abstention in favor of Bahrain.
Cambodia, you have 13 votes.
We vote 13 abstain for Bahrain and 13 vote in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Just one moment, please. Cameroon, I'm going to come back to you. I apologize. Could we ask you to please state your votes again? Cameroon, please.
14 abstention for Bahrain, and 14 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Are we ready to come back to Bhutan? Okay, later. Okay, thank you. Canada, you have 16 votes.
On the item proposed by Bahrain, 16 votes in favor. On the item proposed by Qatar, 16 votes in favor.
Thank you, Canada. Chad, you have 13 votes.
13 voix pour la proposition du Qatar, 13 voix abstention pour la proposition du Bahreïn.
Thank you, Chad. Chile, you have 13 votes.
Yes, 5 votes against Bahrain, 8 votes abstain, and about Qatar, 13 votes for.
Thank you, Chile. China, you have 23 votes.
For Bahrain, 15 abstention, 8 against. For Qatar, 15 in favor, 8 abstention.
Thank you, China. Colombia, absent. Côte d'Ivoire, you have 15 votes.
Pour le point d'urgence, la Côte d'Ivoire vote 15 pour le Qatar et 15 pour le Qatar et 15 abstentions pour Bahreïn.
Merci, Côte d'Ivoire. Croatia, absent. Cyprus, you have 11 votes.
11 votes abstain for Bahrain, 11 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much, Cyprus. Czechia, you have 13 votes.
Czech Republic, 13 votes in favor of Bahrain, 13 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Democratic Republic of Congo, you have 20 votes. Democratic Republic of
Oui.
Congo? Oui.
Pour la République démocratique du Congo, 20 voix pour la République démocratique du Congo, nous avons 20 voix pour la proposition du Qatar, l'Australie et autres, et 20 voix contre la proposition du Bahreïn.
Thank you very much, Democratic Republic of Congo. Denmark, you have 12 votes.
We vote 12 votes against Bahrain, 12 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Denmark. Djibouti, you have 11 votes. Could I ask you to give me your votes on the proposal
Djibouti.
for Bahrain first? And
Djibouti.
Thank you.
Djibouti vote 11 voix pour le Qatar et 11 voix abstention pour le Bahreïn.
Thank you. Dominican Republic, you have 13 votes. May I ask you to begin with your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please?
Buenas tardes. La República Dominicana se abstiene los 13 votos para la propuesta de Bahrein y votamos los 13 votos a favor de Qatar.
Thank you. Ecuador, you have 13 votes. May I ask you to begin with your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please?
La delegación parlamentaria de la República del Ecuador consigna sus 10 votos de abstención en la propuesta de Bahrein y sus 14 votos a favor de la propuesta de Qatar.
That's 13 votes, Ecuador.
Los 13 votos en abstención a la propuesta de Bahrein y los 13 votos a favor de la propuesta de Qatar.
Thank you, Ecuador. Egypt, you have 20 votes. Can you please give us your votes on the proposal for Bahrain first?
20 votes for Bahrain,
20 votes for Qatar.
Thank you, Egypt. Equatorial Guinea, absent. Estonia, you have 11 votes.
11 votes against Bahrain proposal and 11 votes in favor of Qatar proposal.
Thank you. Eswatini, you have 11 votes.
11, we abstain on Bahrain, and 11 votes in favor of Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ethiopia, absent. Fiji, absent. Finland, you have 12 votes.
Thank you. Bahrain, abstention. Qatar, 12 in favor.
Thank you, Finland. Just a moment. France, you have 18 votes. May I ask you to start with your votes on the proposal from Bahrain, please?
Pour la proposition du Bahreïn, 10 pour, 8 abstentions. Pour la proposition du Qatar, 18 pour.
Thank you, France. Gabon, absent. The Gambia, you have 11 votes.
Thank you. All 11 votes in favor of Qatar and all 11 votes against Bahrain.
Thank you. Georgia, absent. Germany, you have 19 votes. We have a problem with the microphones. They're not working. Just a moment, please.
Okay.
Okay, Germany, 19 votes against Bahrain and 90 votes in favor for Qatar.
Thank you, Germany, and thank you for moving to a working mic. Ghana, you have 15 votes. And we still have a problem with the mics. Ghana, your mic is on. Please go ahead. May we have a technician?
Yes.
Turn off.
Ghana.
Could we ask
15 against Bahrain, 15 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Ghana. Greece, you have 13 votes.
With respect to the proposal of Qatar, 13 votes in favor, whereas with regard to the with respect to the proposal of Bahrain, 6 votes, 7 votes against.
I'm sorry, we have to ask you to repeat those votes, Greece.
So, with regard to the proposal of Qatar, 13 votes in favor, whereas with regard to the proposal of Bahrain, 6 votes in favor and 7 votes against.
Thank you, Greece. Guyana, absent. Hungary, you have 12 votes.
Thank you. 12 votes abstention for Bahrain and 12 in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Iceland, you have 10 votes. No.
Yes, thank you. Bahrain, 5 votes in favor, 5 votes abstention. Qatar, 10 votes in favor.
Just a moment, Iceland. Guyana were absent. Yes. Do we have them? Do we have the votes? Again. Sorry, Iceland, may I ask you to reconfirm your votes, please?
Sure. Okay, we try this again.
Thank you.
From Iceland, Bahrain, 5 votes in favor, 5 votes abstention. Qatar, 10 votes in favor.
Indonesia, you have 22 votes.
One MP in the room.
Indonesia, you have 10 votes. Could we get your votes for Bahrain first, please?
10 أصوات ضد مقترح بحرين و10 أصوات مع مقترح قطر.
Thank you. The Islamic Republic of Iran, you have 19 votes.
Thank you. 19 votes in favor of Turkey and Qatar and others, and 19 votes against the second, emergency item.
So we confirm...
Is it clear?
We confirm 19 in favor for Qatar, 19 against Bahrain. Can you confirm?
You are right.
Thank you. Iraq, you have 16 votes. Can you please give us your votes on the proposal for Bahrain first?
العراق 16 صوت مع المقترح القطري. 10 أصوات ضد المقترح البحريني و6 امتناع عن التصويت.
Thank you. Ireland, you have 12 votes.
12 votes abstention for Bahrain and 12 votes for Qatar.
Thank you. Italy, you have 17 votes. Can we have your votes on the proposals on Bahrain, please?
17 abstention for Bahrain and 17 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you. Japan, you have 20 votes.
20 abstention for Bahrain, 20 in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Jordan, you have 13 votes. Your votes on the proposal from Bahrain, please.
السلام عليكم. البحرين 4 مع و9 امتناع. قطر 13 مع. واضحة؟
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordan. Kazakhstan, absent. Kenya, you have 17 votes.
17 abstentions for Bahrain, 17 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Kenya. Kyrgyzstan, absent. Laos, you have 12 votes. Please give us your votes on the proposals for Bahrain.
12 vote abstention for Bahrain, 12 vote in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Latvia.
Latvia is voting 11 against Bahrain and 11 in favor of Qatar.
Just a moment, Latvia. Lesotho, you have 11 votes.
Lesotho, 11 abstentions for Bahrain, 11 votes for Qatar.
Thank you, Lesotho. Just a moment. Good. Thank you. Libya, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal from Bahrain.
ليبيا 12 صوتا. مقترح البحرين ضد جميعا. 12 مع مقترح قطر.
Thank you. Liechtenstein, you have 10 votes.
Liechtenstein votes on the proposal of Bahrain, 10 votes abstain, and on Qatar, 10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Lithuania, you have 11 votes on the proposal from Bahrain.
11 abstentions over Bahrain's proposal and 11 in favor of Qatar's proposal.
Thank you. Luxembourg, you have 10 votes.
Concernant la proposition du Bahreïn, 5 abstentions, 5 pour. Et concernant la proposition du Qatar, 10 pour.
Thank you very much. Madagascar, absent. Malawi, you have 14 votes.
Thank you. Malawi, 14 votes, abstain for Bahrain, 14 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Maldives, absent. Mali, oh, just a moment. Maldives, you have 10 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
Right? 10 votes for Qatar.
Can you repeat those again?
10 votes for Bahrain, 10 votes for Qatar.
Thank you, Maldives. Mali, you have 12 votes.
Mali, 12 voix contre Bahreïn et 9 voix pour Qatar et 3 contre.
Thank you, Mali. Malta, you have 10 votes. Malta is absent. Mauritania, you have 12 votes.
مقترح البند الأول نمتنع ب12 صوتا. مقترح البند الثاني نصوت لصالح 12 صوتا.
To confirm, 12 votes abstention for which proposal, Bahrain or Qatar? Your mic is off.
نمتنع للمقترح الأول للبحرين مقدم من طرف البحرين ونصوت لصالح المقترح الثاني المقدم من طرف قطر.
Thank you, Mauritania. Mexico, you have 20 votes on the proposal
thank you
for
very
Bahrain.
much. Gracias. 20 votos en abstención, 20 abstenciones para Bahrein. 20 votos a favor para Qatar.
Thank you, Mexico. Monaco, you have absent. Mongolia, absent. Montenegro, you have 10 votes. On Bahrain, please.
10 votes of abstention for Bahrain proposal and 10 votes in favor for Qatar proposal.
Thank you very much. Morocco, you have 15 votes. Your votes on Bahrain, please.
15 صوتا مع البحرين و15 صوتا مع قطر.
Thank you. Mozambique, you have 15 votes. On Bahrain, please, your votes.
15 votes abstention for Bahrain, 15 votes in favor for Qatar.
Thank you very much. Namibia, you have 11 votes. Your votes on Bahrain, the proposal from Bahrain, please.
11 votes against Bahrain and 11 votes for Qatar.
Thank you, Namibia. Nepal, you have 14 votes. Your votes on the Bahrain proposal, please.
Namaste. Good evening, Madam President, and all in this room from Nepal. All votes, we abstained for item number 1, proposal of Bahrain, and all votes in favor of second item, proposal of Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nepal. Netherlands, you have 13 votes. On the proposal from Bahrain, please.
13 votes against.
And on the proposal from Qatar, please.
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. Niger, absent. Nigeria, you have 22 votes.
For Nigeria, we have 22 votes. We abstain on the first item on Bahrain, and then we have 22 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. North Macedonia, you have 11 votes. Your votes on the Bahrain proposal, please. We have a problem with mics. There are numerous mics on the right-hand side of the room. Could we have the technician switch the mics off? Can we please turn on the flying mic in the room and we can use the flying mic? If I could ask the technicians to turn on the flying mic. Oh, we have another mic. Thank you for your patience. We will move on shortly. Okay, we're going to try again. North Macedonia, you have 11 votes. Your votes on the proposal
Okay, I
from
hope that now it's working.
Bahrain, please.
Bahrain, 11 abstain.
Thank you. The proposal from Qatar, please.
11 in favor.
Thank you very much. Norway, you have 12 votes.
12 votes in favor.
Of which proposal?
The first one, Bahrain, and 12 votes for Qatar in favor.
Thank you very much. Oman, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal from Bahrain, please.
For Bahrain, 12 votes abstained.
And your votes on the proposal from Qatar?
12 votes in favor.
Thank you very much. Pakistan, absent. Palestine, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
12 abstention for Bahrain, 12 in favor for Qatar.
Thank you, Palestine. Panama, absent. Paraguay, absent. Peru, you have 15 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
Okay, for the proposal by Bahrain, we have 15 votes against, and for the proposal by Qatar, we have 15 votes in favor.
Thank you, Peru. Poland, you have 15 votes.
15 against Bahrain, 15
in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Portugal, you have 13 votes. Portugal, please, your votes on the proposal from Bahrain.
13 votes for abstention for Bahrain and 13 votes for Qatar and others.
Thank you very much. Qatar, you have 11 votes.
11 صوت لصالح مقترح قطر، 11 صوت متحفظ امتناع لمقترح البحرين.
Republic of Korea, you have absent. Republic of Moldova, you have absent. Romania, you have 13 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
For Bahrain, we have 9 votes against and 4 abstentions. And for proposal on Qatar, we have all in favor.
Thank you, Romania. Russian Federation, you have 20 votes.
Thank you. As we do not like both proposals for certain reasons, 20 abstentions in case of Bahrain and 20 abstentions in case of Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you. Rwanda, you have 13 votes.
Rwanda, 13 abstentions for Bahrain, 13 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you. Samoa, you have 10 votes. Your votes on the proposal, absent. San Marino, absent. Saudi Arabia, you have 15 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
15 votes for Bahrain and United Arab Emirates, 15 votes for Qatar.
Thank you. Senegal, you have absent. Serbia, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
12 votes abstention for Bahrain and 12 votes in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Seychelles, you have 10 votes.
On the proposal from Bahrain, 10 votes abstain. And on the proposal from Qatar and others, 10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Sierra Leone, you have 12 votes absent. Singapore, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
12 votes from Singapore in favor of Bahrain, and we abstain our votes for the second proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Slovenia, you have 10 votes.
10 votes in favor of Qatar and 10 votes abstention on Bahrain.
Thank you very much. Somalia, you have 13 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
13 votes against in Bahrain, 13 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. I will now come back to Bhutan. Bhutan, you have 10 votes.
Thank you.
May I ask you to give us the votes on the proposal for Bahrain? You have 10 votes.
Bahrain, 2 points in favor, 8 abstain. For Qatar, we have 10 solid votes in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will ask if all the delegations have had the opportunity to cast their vote. We have called all delegations by name. I'm hoping we have not missed anyone. I believe all delegations that are present today here in the plenary hall have voted. And as I do not see any other requests, Mr. Secretary General, I believe that the vote can be declared closed.
Colleagues, if all delegates
or all delegations have already voted, I declare the vote closed. But as we wait for the tally, and we will have the results shortly, may I take this opportunity to remind all delegates that the debate on the emergency item will be held in this hall tomorrow on 18th April. We will begin at 11:30. So I'd like all of you to be there during the time when we will be debating. Well, I'm hoping the tally works in favor of maybe one of those items. So the debate about the emergency item, which we have just voted, will begin tomorrow at 11:30. But okay, so before, as we wait for the results, I'm going to let the Secretary General inform us what is likely to happen if one of the items makes it.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, very quickly, as you say, in the interest of time, I just want to clarify that in the event, assuming that an item this Assembly or rather adopts an emergency item for its agenda, then that discussion, the emergency item will be taken up tomorrow during the general debate. And we have set aside a segment as from 11:30 tomorrow to have that debate on the emergency item. And following that debate on the emergency item, normally the Assembly will set up a drafting committee to produce a resolution that will then be tabled for the Assembly at the closing sitting of the Assembly on the 19th of April. And normally the drafting committee is composed of 11 members, and we are asking then, if the Assembly does adopt an emergency item here, for the various geopoliticals to submit their proposals for membership of the drafting committee by what time? By 12 tomorrow? Yes. By 12 o'clock tomorrow, 12 noon, so that the drafting committee can begin work sometime in the afternoon tomorrow. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Colleagues, the counting and tallying is still going on, so please be patient with us for just a few minutes.
Sayyid al-Raisa.
Iran, I have seen you. I'll give you a chance later after we have completed this process. So please be patient.
It's Iraq, not Iran.
It's Iraq. Okay, we will give you a chance once we have announced the results. Thank you.
Okay.
Colleagues, we have the results ready. On the item, condemnation of the attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the Gulf Cooperation Council states and Jordan, which was submitted by Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates, positive votes 203, negative votes 415, abstentions 752, total of yes and no votes 618, two-thirds of the vote cast 412, the specified majority of two-thirds if it has been attained or not, it's no. One-third of the total number of votes allocated to delegations participating effectively at the Assembly, according to Assembly Rule number 33.3, is 602. On the item, the urgent need for concerted parliamentary efforts to preserve ceasefires and support peace building in the Middle East and other regions, which was submitted by Qatar, Australia, Türkiye, France, Brazil, Zambia, Poland, Portugal, Italy, and Ireland, with the support of the Arab group, the group of the Latin America and the Caribbean GRULAC, and the African group. The results are positive votes 1,316, negative votes 3, abstentions 51, total of yes and no votes 1,319. Two-thirds of the votes cast, 879. The specified majority of two-thirds, if it has been attained, yes. Colleagues, the request of Qatar, Australia, Türkiye, France, Brazil, Zambia, Poland, Portugal, Italy, and Ireland, with the support of the Arab group, GRULAC, and the African group, having received both the necessary majority and the highest number of positive votes, will be added to the agenda, and it will be reading as agenda item number 10. Colleagues, our colleague from Iraq had requested the floor, and I promised that I would give them the floor after closing the reading of the results. So I'm going to give Iraq.
Yeah. شكرا جزيلا. أنا في الحقيقة يعني كنت خائفا من أن أحد هذه البنود الطارئة لا يحظى بالتصويت اللازم، وبالتالي نخرج بفشل تام كما خرجنا سابقا عندما كانت غزة تباد. لم نستطع أن نوقف إبادة عشرات ومئات الآلاف من البشر ببند طارئ. هذه المرة هذا النجاح يعتبر نجاحا جزئيا لكنه نجاح منطقي، ولذلك أنا أقدم تبريك لمن قدموا هذا المقترح ولمن أنجحوا هذا المقترح. الأمر الآخر، أنا أقترح على المنظمة أن تقوم باحتساب الأصوات إلكترونيا وعرضها مباشرة على الشاشة حتى تكون التصويت تحسب بدقة وبشفافية تامة. شكرا جزيلا.
Colleagues, I think the proposal that he has just mentioned of voting electronic, will take that into account, taking into account the fact that yesterday you approved or you adopted the new strategy running from 2027 to 2031, and it's talking about the use of science and technology, but also issues of AI. So we'll see how best we can address that. Thank you so much, Iraq. Colleagues, that said, I'm going to request you to please be here tomorrow by 9 a.m. sharp. We are going to continue with the general debate. But the debate that relates to the emergency item will begin at after like 2.5 hours. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.